Chapter 182. David was wearing a virtual helmet that was connected to a medium-sized server. He was currently using virtual technology to enter the virtual world created by the medium-sized server. The medium-sized server was becoming less and less helpful for his sniping. His ballistic analysis had become instinctive, which made the original virtual training useless. David was now in the virtual world he had created. He was not training but inputting content. He stood in the empty virtual square, surrounded by streams of data. His fingers were constantly writing in the air. In the medium-sized server, he had written a set of Great World of God language system. This took him 3 nights, and this was the result of using virtual reality technology and brainwave input. With 99% proficiency in the divine language and 98% proficiency in electronic warfare technology, he could easily complete this task. At this time, David was importing the poems, novels, and other literary works from his memory into the medium-sized server. He was preparing to crack the ciphertext books of the Great World of God. Books from his memory were imported into the virtual world through his brainwave. Virtual books appeared beside David. David had no idea how shocking his method was. Brainwave input was only suitable for ordinary input of commands. Nobody could directly import books from their memory into the virtual world like he was doing. Brainwave input was actually a method of mind control. Ordinary people could only use their brainwaves to make commands similar to the body. For example, if one needed to use their brainwaves to draw a circle, ordinary people would only need to use their brain to simulate drawing with their hands, and their brainwaves would automatically draw a circle in the virtual world. David's ability to transfer the contents of his memory and instantiate them into the virtual world was countless times more complicated than ordinary people's command. David knew nothing about this. He had easily done it on his first try, which made him mistakenly think that everyone could do it. 322 poems and novels appeared in the virtual world. These virtual books were placed on a row of bookshelves. David issued another command, and the 2 encrypted books that had been scanned appeared in front of him. They were Chris's Diary and Crystal Meditation. One command after another was written by his brainwave. His 507 spirit allowed him to surpass ordinary people in terms of thinking and analysis, which made his writing process extremely smooth. An hour later, according to the ideas he had obtained after studying the introduction to ciphertexts, a program to crack ciphertexts that were encrypted using poems and novels as the main body was compiled. This job was not difficult. The only difficulty was that one had to be proficient in the language of the Great World of God, as well as those plain-text poems and novels that should not have appeared here. David didn't have to worry about what would happen next. The medium-sized server would use the cracking program he had compiled to crack the 2 books. No one knew how long it would take to crack the code. Because there were too many possibilities of encryption, a medium-sized server needed to analyze all the possibilities. Fortunately, there were only 322 poems and novels. This allowed the workload to reach an upper limit. Coupled with the computing power of a medium-sized server, David believed that he would have a result in 10 days at most. Of course, this result was not necessarily good news. Anyway, whether or not he could crack it depended on luck. David focused all the computing resources in the medium-sized server on cracking the code. Even the villa's security system had been allocated 50% of its computing resources. Time slowly passed as David was busy practicing, memorizing, and studying every day. During this time, David's identity bracelet received electronic copies of all the books on the 4th bookshelf from the government staff. This gave David the opportunity to learn more about the great world of God. He saw a world that was completely different from the Interstellar Federation. Slowly, it was the end of February. These days, he practiced the advanced Kaji body arts every day. Almost every day, his strength and vitality would increase by 0.1. Currently, his strength and vitality had reached 3. 70, and he was getting closer and closer to 1,400 kilograms. Don't underestimate the 0.1 increase every day. The main reason why Kaji's strength and vitality were difficult to increase was that Kaji had already exceeded the first limit of humans. Every increase after that was extremely difficult. Many Kajis would not increase after becoming Kajis. This might be related to resources, but it was more likely related to their talent. These Kajis were the Kajis that lived with ordinary people in various cities. In fact, they were almost the same as ordinary people, but they had some special privileges that Kajis had. Of course, these Kajis were also important backup forces to protect the city. When needed, they would be called upon. As for the other Kajis, they had to practice for many years to get a small increase in strength. David's attributes were increasing every day. In comparison, David was extremely fortunate. David's agility had also increased by 0.02, reaching 3.14. This was the effect of the flexible body technique. David came out of the gene repair cabin. After washing his body, he wore a loose casual outfit and prepared to have breakfast. At this moment, his identity bracelet suddenly sounded an alarm. Hearing this sound, his face showed a hint of joy. This was the sound of the middle-sized server that he had set up to complete the cracking. It seemed that the cracking of the two ciphertext books, Chris's Diary and Crystal Meditation, had a result. He didn't even eat breakfast. He quickly went to the middle-sized server, put on the virtual helmet, and entered the virtual world. The virtual world was dark, and even the streets of the past had disappeared. This was the result of the middle-sized server using all its resources to crack the code. However, it was easy to recover. All he needed to do was to retrieve the corresponding stored information. David's mind was not on this. He waved his hand and two virtual books appeared in his hands. He first opened Carrie's diary, but found that the content was still a mess. It was even harder to understand than before. It seemed that the cracking of Chris's diary had failed. This disappointed David. He casually tossed Carrie's diary aside. It was 100% useless now. With a last glimmer of hope, he opened the crystal meditation technique. He thought he would see a bunch of garbled characters, but he found that the crystal meditation technique in his hand had become plain text in the language of the great divine world. Although the crystal meditation and Chris's diary were found in the same spatial ring, these two books were not written by the same person. Chris's diary was the daily diary of the owner of the spatial ring. The encryption used was the biography of his family. This kind of book could not be seen by people outside the family. On the other hand, the crystal meditation was a secret cultivation method that the owner of the spatial ring had bought. The encryption used was a widely circulated poem. This poem collection happened to be in David's memory, which was why he was able to crack it. In fact, this kind of cracking was a gamble of luck. There were many poems and novels in a civilization, but David only had 322 of them. Under such circumstances, David was still able to crack it. If this was not luck, then what was? David read the crystal meditation technique with excitement. This was a real spiritual training method. Through a special method, one could visualize their spiritual energy into a crystal, and then sharpen the crystal to have countless facets. Every additional smooth face could increase one's spirit by a little. At the same time, the visualized crystal would become a shield to protect the soul. David was very excited. This was a true spiritual cultivation method. Although his soul had become a soul fortress, it was still very good to have an additional layer of protection. Not to mention, it could directly increase his spirit. He could not keep killing life forms and let the shadow attendant absorb their souls to increase his spirit. Furthermore, the method of killing life forms, absorbing souls, and melting them down was already extremely ineffective for David at the moment. He urgently needed a mental cultivation method. However, David knew that most of the cultivation methods in the great world of God required a bloodline as a foundation. He just didn't know if he could learn this crystal meditation technique. This was a cultivation method, not some kind of spiritual secret technique. For example, the spiritual piercing that David had already mastered was a spiritual secret technique. The spiritual deep sleep was also a spiritual secret technique. However, these two spiritual secret techniques were obtained from humans and zergs respectively. Although David had only read the crystal meditation once and memorized all the contents, he continued to flip through and study it, until he was confident that he was familiar with the entire cultivation process of the crystal meditation. He put the crystal meditation down and exited the virtual world of the medium-sized server. Once David exited the virtual world, he took off the virtual reality helmet, sat on the ground, and began to practice the crystal meditation. However, when he began to sense his spirit and wanted to transform it into a crystal, he realized that no matter what he did, his spirit would disperse. After practicing more than 10 times, until noon, he still could not successfully form a crystal without any side. Even this kind of crystal did not appear, let alone use the crystal meditation to increase his spirit. At this moment, David once again thought of what Transcendent Galen had said. All the great world of God cultivation methods required the support of a bloodline. Originally, he thought that the spiritual cultivation method did not have much to do with the body, so there should not be such a restriction. However, he was obviously wrong. David was extremely disappointed. This was even more disappointing than when he saw that the diary of Chris had not been successfully deciphered. Just as he was feeling extremely disappointed, he thought of the shadow attendant. Previously, after fusing with the light ball of knowledge and obtaining the night breathing technique ability, he had tried to let the shadow attendant practice it, but he had not succeeded. This was because the night breathing technique required the coordination of breathing and the body. It required a real body to practice. The shadow attendant was only a semi-illusory shadow. How could it practice the night breathing technique? However, the crystal meditation was different. This was a method of spiritual cultivation. The shadow attendant could definitely practice it. David came to the bedroom and laid down his body. Then, he transferred all of his attention to the shadow attendant's body. During this process, David could observe through his spirit that there was an extra soul fortress in the shadow attendant's body. That was David's soul. In David's body, there was only a very small soul fortress left. This was an inexplicable connection that could not be severed. David could not transfer all of his soul into the shadow attendant's body. The shadow attendant's figure appeared from the air. In order to maximize the use of the shadow attendant, he turned off the shadow attendant's invisibility ability. This invisibility ability consumed a small amount of the shadow attendant's energy. Although it consumed very little energy and was enough to make the shadow attendant invisible for a long time, David did not want this to affect the shadow attendant's practice of the crystal meditation. David used the shadow attendant's body to transform his spirit into a crystal again. Surprisingly, this transformation was very smooth. It was so smooth that David, who had failed countless times, could not believe it. In the shadow attendant's body, David's spirit slowly transformed into a rough crystal. It was more like a piece of frosted glass than a crystal. This crystal completely covered the entire soul fortress. It was like adding a shell to the soul fortress. The next step was to slowly grind the surface of the crystal into a smooth surface. This work could only be done mechanically. There were no tricks. It was David's spirit that was rubbing the crystal. It was just that his spirit had turned into a small piece of soft skin. Using this to grind the surface of the crystal into a smooth surface, one could imagine how difficult it was. David used the soft skin transformed by his spirit to rub the crystal for an hour. The crystal did not change at all, and David felt extremely tired. Helplessly, he could only return his spirit to his body. After returning to his body, he immediately checked the state of his soul. To his satisfaction, he saw the rough crystal outside of the soul fortress. However, he realized that he could not control the rough crystal like he did in the shadow attendant's body. He could not practice the crystal meditation. It seemed that there was an invisible law restricting him. David was not disappointed. He was very satisfied with this result. The secret spirit training technique from the great world of God could not be practiced without a God-given bloodline. However, with the help of the shadow attendant, he could freely practice it. David looked at the shadow attendant with an even more complicated gaze. It was obvious that the shadow attendant did not have a God-given bloodline. However, the shadow attendant could break the rule that only a God-given bloodline could practice it. He thought about how the shadow attendant could activate the pendant, open the fire beacon, and open the portal ring. These were things that only a God-given bloodline could do, but the shadow attendant could do it easily. Luckily, he had absolute control over the shadow attendant. Otherwise, he would not dare to keep such an existence by his side. In the afternoon, David did not go to the armory in the government building. Instead, he fell asleep. Before he fell asleep, he told himself that he could only practice the crystal meditation at night. Chapter 183. March 2nd. This was an ordinary day. David had just finished his practice and walked out of the jean repair cabin when the identity bracelet on his wrist reminded him that someone had sent him a communication request. David looked at the contact request on the identity bracelet. It was the second disciple of Galen Transcendent, Helena. "Little brother, where are you?" Helena asked directly without greeting him after not seeing him for a long time. "Second sister, I'm at home," David replied as he walked towards the bathroom. "There's an urgent mission today. If you're free, go with the special task force." Helena continued. "Where are you?" "I'll be there right away," David replied quickly. However, he immediately thought of something and asked, "Second sister, has my landlion exoskeleton armor been repaired?" After Helena took away the damaged landlion exoskeleton armor last time, they had not contacted each other. Until now, he had not received the repaired landlion exoskeleton armor. There was also no news about the exoskeleton armor that Blake had asked Mom to design. David was embarrassed to find that he did not have any exoskeleton armor to use. Although he still had 4 sets of exoskeleton armor, the police exoskeleton armor was in a small city like Perrin City. With his relationship with the police, it did not matter. However, it would be troublesome to use the police exoskeleton armor in non-city. The other exoskeleton armors were not suitable for combat. "Little brother, your landlion exoskeleton has been repaired long ago. Also, there's a surprise waiting for you here," Helena replied with a laugh. 30 minutes later, David arrived at the rendezvous location. There were already more than 20 people waiting for him here. He was surprised to see Blake and Furnace among them. "Little brother, I will participate in this operation, but I will only stay by your side and will not participate in other operations," Blake said with a smile when he saw David's confusion. "Blake is your bodyguard. Although he has regained some control of his power, he will try not to do anything. As long as you don't encounter any trouble that you can't solve, he will only stay by your side," Helena explained to David as she walked up to him. David was touched. He knew about Blake's situation. Even though Blake's body had recovered, once he used his full strength, his body still couldn't withstand his power, causing damage to his body. One had to know that Blake was still in the metamorphosis stage, and his body was extremely unstable at this time. As for Furnace, he just wants to gain some experience. "He will follow me." Helena glanced at Furnace and said, "Second elder sister, I'm also useful." Furnace was very dissatisfied with Helena's words and protested. "You can't even beat a new disciple, and you still have the nerve to say it's useful." Helena looked at him with disdain. Furnace immediately stopped talking and looked at David with resentment. How could he compare to such a monster? Little brother, this is the exoskeleton armor designed by Mom. Helena provided a large amount of Grade 1 Zerg shells and some Grade 1 and Grade 2 materials. This exoskeleton armor can defend against normal Grade 1 Zerg attacks. Blake took out an exoskeleton armor loading box from the side and handed it over with a smile. Brother Blake, you'd better not go. Although David was very interested in the custom-made exoskeleton armor, he still tried to persuade him first. Little brother, don't worry about anything. I have a bottle of that potion. Even if I fight, it won't affect me too much. Take a look at this exoskeleton armor first. Mom is very proud of his design, Blake said with an indifferent smile. He pointed out the potion that he had brought. His fellow disciples naturally knew that it was the eternal holy water. David knew that he couldn't persuade him. A powerhouse like Blake was extremely determined. Once he made a decision, it was very difficult to change his mind. He took the exoskeleton armor loading box, activated it with his identity bracelet, and began to load it. Soon, his body was wrapped in a gray exoskeleton armor. Little brother, your exoskeleton armor is really ugly. Furnace couldn't help but say when he saw the exoskeleton armor on David's body. Shut up! Blake shouted in a deep voice. He was also very helpless. Furnace's personality was too arrogant. It would be very difficult for him to become a transcendent. Among the few of them, the one who had the highest chance of becoming a transcendent was probably their little brother David. The color of little brother's exoskeleton armor is very suitable for his identity as Sniper Kaji. This color will allow him to easily hide in the wilderness. Helena nodded and said. David felt the exoskeleton armor on his body. This set of exoskeleton armor was not eye-catching. It did not look beautiful. The gray exterior was made with a very strong special paint. This paint alone could add another layer of defense to the exoskeleton armor. David sensed a strong Zerg aura in this paint. This paint should have added some Zerg materials. He quickly discovered that the materials used in front of the heart, neck, and several other important parts were all second-grade materials. The materials used in the chest, lower abdomen, back, and other secondary parts were all first-grade materials. Although not much materials were used in these parts, these first-grade and second-grade materials were still very valuable. Second sister, I will return the materials you gave me. David looked up and said to Helena, Return what? If I wasn't preparing to become a transcendent, I wouldn't even be able to give you these materials. Helena waved her hand and said. David nodded and did not say anything more. He had made a decision in his heart. He would find a chance to return Helena's favor in the future. He moved his body and found that this exoskeleton armor really took his physical condition into consideration. Not only was it very compatible with his body in terms of size, but it also increased the range of motion of the joint. Some of the movements that could not be done on the previous exoskeleton armor could be done on this exoskeleton armor. At the same time, he also found a speed increase module. That was a life-saving device that could be activated in times of danger. It could allow him to leave the battlefield faster. There were also many other functions, such as hands that were more suitable for holding various weapons, ports that could be hung on the back of the exoskeleton armor, and ground fixation devices that were more suitable for sniping. It could be said that an exoskeleton armor like this would be of little value in the hands of other Kaji, because many of its functions could not be used by the same person. However, it was completely different in David's hands. This exoskeleton armor could enhance his combat ability and allow him to switch weapons at any time. It also had a certain level of support. Of course, the most support was still for sniping and spear. This was probably what Mom had considered when designing this exoskeleton armor. David was a spear master and a sniper Kaji. Needless to say, A spear master was extremely rare even among the Kaji. Sniping Kaji had an innate requirement, so it was also a profession that only a few people had. Brother Blake, please help me thank Mr. Mome. I am very satisfied with this exoskeleton armor, David said to Blake. I will pass on the message, little brother. I believe Mome will be very happy to hear it, Blake replied with a smile. All right, it's getting late. Let's get ready to go. Helena clapped her hands and said. She looked at David and said, Our target this time is Boulder 6 Resource Planet. It has been attacked by the Zergs. Currently, only a few people are left guarding the base. We need to hurry over and support them. David was taken aback when he heard about the 6th Boulder Resource Planet. He had heard of Boulder 6 Resource Planet before. It was one of the few resource planets near the Boulder Star. There was no environment for humans to live on there. However, resource planets were important sources of resources for the Boulder Star. Ice, minerals, and so on provided the desolate Boulder Star with the necessary resources for survival. For example, the Boulder Star's water supply, other than some purified underground water, was mostly ice extracted from various resource planets. Otherwise, a planet like the Boulder Star that did not have many living resources would not be able to support billions of people. Every administrative planet was protected by many resource planets. This was normal in the Interstellar Federation. However, this should be David's first time leaving the Boulder Star and entering the universe. Moreover, he was going to another planet in the universe to fight. What? Red Devil is malfunctioning? Just as Helena was talking about the mission, one of the female armored warriors beside her received a message, and she immediately yelled out in alarm. Audrey, what happened? Helena asked in a deep voice. Captain, Red Devil is malfunctioning. We can't come. The female Kaji called Audrey immediately reported. Damn it, what are those guys in the logistics department doing? Why didn't they report the problem with Red Devil earlier? Helena shouted with a grim expression. What is Red Devil? David asked Furnace softly. Red Devil is one of the 2 spaceships of the Special Task Force with a warp drive. For example, the rest of the spaceships without a warp drive would take 3 days to fly to the Rock 6 resource planet. With a warp drive, the flight time would only take 10 minutes at most, Furnace explained softly. Contact all parties and borrow a spaceship in the name of the Special Task Force. Do it quickly. Helena instructed Audrey in a deep voice. Second sister, I have a spaceship with warp drive. Why don't you use my spaceship? David took the initiative to say. Little brother, are you serious? Helena was stunned when she heard this. She couldn't help but confirm. My spaceship is parked at Space Station 2. David nodded and said. Destination, Space Station 2. Let's go. Helena immediately ordered loudly. All the Special Task Force members present were divided into 6 hovercars and headed toward Space Station 2. David sat in the Special Task Force's hovercar. The hovercar with a logo flashed a glaring warning light. It flew at an altitude of 50 meters, so it was extremely fast all the way. In just 3 minutes, the entire small hovercar fleet arrived at Space Station 2 and drove directly into it. It was obvious that the Special Task Force had a lot of authority in Non-City. According to David's target guidance, the 6 hovercars stopped next to the Titan S-600 transport spaceship. Everyone unloaded the equipment from the hovercars. David also took the equipment he brought with him. Because he had the cooperation of a team this time, he brought the Godolphin's Wrath sniper rifle, a second-grade spear, a light longsword, and a stiletto. He didn't bring any other weapons and equipment. Furnace looked at the Titan S-600 transport spaceship and couldn't help but shake his head and say, Little brother, this crappy transport spaceship is equipped with a warp drive. I'm afraid its body structure won't be able to withstand it. Please don't leave us in space. This type of transport spaceship was usually a cargo spaceship, so its grade was relatively low among all the medium-sized spaceships. Furnace, don't be ignorant and incompetent. Helena slapped Furnace's head as she spoke. Little brother, this is your spaceship. Blake asked as he looked at the Titan S-600 transport spaceship with a complicated expression. You're now in the accumulation stage. It's a bit wasteful to spend so many credits to build a spaceship like this. Helena continued. Of course, they could all see the extraordinariness of the Titan S-600 transport spaceship. Just its outer shell alone was the shell of a real battleship. Although the Special Task Force belonged to the government, it was impossible to buy a battleship due to financial and other issues. That kind of expenditure couldn't be approved. David had created such a battleship shell for himself. It was indeed an extremely wasteful act. You've misunderstood. Someone else gave it to me. David felt the concern of his big brother and second sister and replied with a smile. Who's so nice to give you such a spaceship all of a sudden? Helena said as she walked along the lift and entered the spaceship with everyone. After seeing the big bed in the cockpit and the corresponding arrangement, she shook her head and said, I was wrong. Which playboy gave you this spaceship? Seeing the doubt in David's eyes, Helena came to the cockpit. Due to the use of an intelligent robot butler called Captain to control the spaceship, and the upgrade and refurbishment of the smaller piloting system, the entire cockpit had become very small. Only playboys would use intelligent robots to control spaceship. This kind of miniaturized piloting system is extremely convenient and reduces the number of people needed to pilot the spaceship. Only one intelligent robot can pilot the spaceship, but that's only under normal circumstances. Once it encounters a space battle, this spaceship's piloting system won't even be able to dodge the attack. Helena explained as she patted the cockpit. Yes, this spaceship has been modified into a luxury yacht. You can play with it, but you can't participate in a battle. Fortunately, our missions are all carried out on the ground, and we don't need the support of a spaceship. Blake said with a smile. I feel very good. This bed is so comfortable and there's even a bathroom. It's so blissful to be on this spaceship. Furnace said as he lay on the big bed in Cromwell. David didn't care about Helena's and Blake's picky word. They treated the spaceship as a battleship, but David only treated it as a means of transportation. If it wasn't for the fact that he happened to be participating in a mission, he wouldn't have suggested using this spaceship. The 20 Kaji from the Special Task Force all stood in the cockpit, which made the spacious cockpit feel a little crowded. Chapter 184. Everyone, please take a rest here. David invited with a smile as he opened the door to the rear cabin. Helena nodded and instructed her subordinates, go and prepare for battle. Kaji and the rest of the Secret Service team walked into the main cabin and immediately saw the layout. Even though they were well informed, they couldn't help but be stunned. Heavens, this spaceship is so cool! Furnace exclaimed as he ran toward the pool in the middle of the cabin. Who gave you this spaceship, brother? Blake asked softly as he pulled David aside. He could already see the value of this spaceship. Although he had the wealth to build such a spaceship himself, he still felt the pinch of spending so much money. And yet, this spaceship was given to David by someone else. Blake couldn't help but worry about David. One had to know that there was a price to pay for accepting favors, especially given David's current status. Helena also looked at David with concern. As disciples of the Galen Transcendent, they were truly on the same side. They were bound together for good or ill. This is the Titan S-600 transport spaceship that the government rewarded me with when I was in Perrin City. The Titan Financial Group came to me and modified the spaceship. Apparently, it was designed by the heir of the Titan Financial Group, Bonner, for his own use. David explained. No wonder you let the Freedom Blade mercenary group go. It seems like you owe them a favor. Blake said with a smile. He knew how important David was to the Galen Transcendent. If David hadn't let the Freedom Blade mercenary group go, the Galen Transcendent would have uprooted the entire mercenary group. The Titan Financial Group has made a loss on this investment, Helena said with a smile. The reason why the Titan Financial Group had made a loss was because this spaceship alone was worth hundreds of millions of credit. Not to mention, they had asked David to let go of the assassination attempt as a way to repay the favor. This was practically a complete loss of their friendship with David. If David was just an ordinary Kaji, the Titan Financial Group wouldn't have made a loss. However, David was a disciple of the Galen Transcendent and an extremely talented genius. His future achievements were unimaginable. This was the biggest reason why the Titan Financial Group had made a loss. This is good too. Breaking off our previous friendship with the Titan Financial Group won't affect our relationship with the Non-Chamber of Commerce, David said with a relaxed smile. As he spoke, he gave Helena and Blake partial authority over the spaceship. Rock T000111 requesting liftoff. Helena then sent an application to Space Station 2, along with a special access permit from the Secret Service. Rock T000111 ready for liftoff at any time. The ground controller immediately gave the order. Originally, such liftoff required waiting for the air route to be allocated. In the sky above Non-City, there weren't many passages that could allow medium to large spaceships to fly. A short queue was necessary. With the special pass from the special pass, the ground controller naturally delayed all liftoff requests. When the Titan S-600 lifted off, all the spaceships on the ground were waiting, leaving the passage in the sky empty. The Titan S-600 first flew according to the air route. At this stage, they couldn't increase their speed and could only fly slowly. After flying out of the protective range of Non-City's energy shield for nearly 10 minutes, the Titan S-600 flew horizontally and went straight into the sky. Another energy-wasting function, Helena said as she shook her head. She was naturally referring to the ability of the transport spaceship to fly horizontally. As a combat personnel, she liked the blood-boiling feeling of liftoff, not this kind of enjoyment. David didn't say anything at this time. Although he had the Titan S-600 transport spaceship that could fly in space, this was his first time seeing the monolith star from afar. His attention was completely attracted by the panoramic view of the monolith star. David saw the gray land and the blue ocean. He also saw the atmosphere that was constantly changing colors under the illumination of the Kia star. He lived on a barren planet like this. Although there was an ocean, the monolith star's ocean contained many kinds of radiation and couldn't be used by humans. The land was also ravaged by the Zergs. However, the Federation people, who were very adaptable, made use of the Zergs and turned them into a specialty of the monolith star. First time in space? Helena, who was in the middle of operating, saw David's expression and asked with a smile. Yes, David said a little embarrassedly. As a person who owned a private spaceship, no one would believe that he had never been in space before. However, that was the truth. David had only gotten the Titan S-600 transport spaceship for a short time. After that, he was attacked many times and couldn't go out for safety reasons. Helena controlled the coordinates and turned to David and said, "If you have time, go to space and train yourself in space combat. Space combat is an important combat ability of the Kaji." Just as David nodded in agreement, he felt the light outside the cockpit distort. "It's okay, this is the phenomenon of entering the speed of light." Blake's voice sounded beside him. David shifted his gaze from the transparent window of the cockpit back to the cabin. Only then did he feel that the light was back to normal. All this time, he had been wearing exoskeleton armor and wielding more primitive weapons to fight the Zergs. Even with the hovercraft and all kinds of technological products, he didn't feel like he was in a galactic civilization. Now, in his private spaceship, while flying at the speed of light, he felt like he was in a real galactic civilization. Little brother, go put on your armor. The warp drive is about to stop, and we're about to arrive at the monolith star. Helena reminded. David nodded. He didn't put on his armor in the cockpit. This was the bedroom, and the material wasn't as sturdy as he imagined. Helena and Blake also came to the main cabin with David. They saw the 20 Kaji from the Secret Service team already wearing exoskeleton armor and holding their respective weapons. Only Furnace was still lying by the swimming pool, enjoying the fruits and snacks sent by the AI butler chef. Big brother, second sister, little brother, you're here. I've been waiting for you. Furnace threw the half-eaten fruit into his mouth and said with a smile when he saw David and the other two coming over. Put on your armor immediately. Helena glared and said in a deep voice. Furnace quickly began to put on his armor. David also put on the custom-made exoskeleton armor and assembled the spear. He carried the Godolphin's Fury sniper rifle and dual swords on his back, and placed the stiletto on the legs of the exoskeleton armor. Little brother, it seems like you'll have to find a few Kaji to carry your weapons for you. Furnace looked at David's attire and couldn't help but laugh. Helena had also put on her exoskeleton armor at this time, and she mocked, Even if I only have a spear, I can still beat you until your teeth fall out. Furnace was speechless. As the weakest disciple of the Galen Transcendent, he felt his status drop. Warning, warning, the spaceship has been locked on by radar. The spaceship has been locked on by radar. Just as the Titan S-600 transport spaceship turned off its warp engine and entered the vicinity of Boulder 6 resource planet, everyone in the spaceship heard a series of warnings. This was the first time David had been locked on by a radar in space. He quickly operated his identity bracelet to check. Soon, he saw a black, ghost-like spaceship facing the Titan S-600 transport spaceship. In particular, there was already energy gathering on a protruding cannon barrel in front of the spaceship. Turn off the engine immediately and open the port. We only want the goods, we won't kill anyone. A voice came through the public communication. David looked at Helena. She was in charge of this operation. Helena turned to David and asked, Little brother, is your spaceship defended? Yes. David immediately gave Helena the authority to operate the energy shield. Damned playboy. Helena cursed softly, but a hint of a smile appeared on her face that wasn't wearing a helmet. She saw the energy shield. It was probably because the heir of the Titan Financial Group, young Master Bonner, was afraid of death, or perhaps because all rich people were afraid of death. The Titan S-600 transport spaceship's energy shield level was very high. It was almost the maximum energy shield that could be installed on a medium-sized spaceship. With such an energy shield, it would probably take more than 10 minutes for the medium-sized energy cannon on the other side to break through the defense of the Titan S-600 transport spaceship. This time was enough for the spaceship to restart its warp engine. Activate the energy shield and approach the other side at the same time. Prepare to dock. Helena said mockingly. Answer immediately, or our main cannon will turn you into space garbage. The spaceship on the other side was obviously anxious and threatened. Don't fire, we agree to dock. Helena's voice became delicate as she responded. The spaceship on the other side heard Helena's words and laughed maniacally in the public communication. It seemed that after hearing Helena's female voice, they knew that this attack was in the bag. However, David saw the gloating expressions on Kaji's faces. They knew very well what kind of person their captain was. Captain, the spaceship on the other side has activated its energy shield. In the spaceship on the other side, the radar officer reported to the captain. It's okay, they're probably afraid that we'll destroy them with one shot. The captain said indifferently. Of course, he was not speaking without thinking. His many years of experience had allowed him to never fail because his judgment was extremely accurate. Although the spaceship on the other side had activated its energy shield, it was obviously approaching their spaceship, and the docking signal was sent over as normal. The reason why he chose the Titan S-600 transport spaceship on the other side was that he was very clear about what kind of spaceship it was. It had a larger capacity than ordinary medium-sized transport spaceship. At the same time, because of the expansion of the cargo hold and the reduction of other areas, the Titan S-600 transport spaceship could not be equipped with defense weapons above medium-sized. In particular, the Titan S-600 transport spaceship they were facing this time did not have any traces of weapons installed. It could be said that encountering such a spaceship in space was like a duck waiting to be slaughtered. Many Kaji had been accumulating funds in order to buy transcendent potions. In space without legal restrictions, encountering such a spaceship was his best opportunity to accumulate funds. The captain stayed nearby for a long time. He did not dare to rob the spaceships of some important organizations, so it was rare to encounter a spaceship without any organization's logo. All Kaji, equip yourselves with armor. Kill everyone immediately when you get there. Don't leave anyone alive. The captain took out his exoskeleton armor loading box and ordered loudly as he put on his armor. The most important reason why the captain had never failed in his robberies for so many years was that he was ruthless enough. After robbing in space, as long as there were no witnesses, no one would know that they were the ones who did it. Without witnesses, there would be no wanted list and no criminal record. The captain acted as a bandit in space, but when he returned to the ground, he became an ordinary captain again. Captain, the woman who replied has a beautiful voice, a crew member said with a smile after he finished putting on his armor. Then let's keep them for 3 days. After 3 days they must be killed. The captain knew how to boost morale, so he said loudly, "All hail the captain!" Apart from the captain, a total of 6 Kaji shouted. Even the crew members who were not Kaji had their eyes lit up. They could also get some benefits. Ready for docking. Docking in progress. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As one of the crew members finished speaking, the entire spaceship trembled slightly. Brothers, the wealth is right in front of us. Kill. The captain shouted. At this moment, the captain was full of confidence. On an ordinary transport spaceship, having 2 Kaji was already very important. Sometimes there would not even be 1 Kaji. It was even more impossible for a peak-level Kaji to appear on such a transport spaceship because such a transport spaceship could not afford a peak-level Kaji. On his side, he was a peak-level Kaji. The 6 Kaji behind him were also mid-level Kaji. Their combat strength was also extremely strong. With such a configuration, let alone a medium-sized transport spaceship, he could even take on some large transport spaceship. As he thought to himself, he waved the level 1 battle axe in his hand. The hatch at the docking point opened, and the captain saw a flash of blue light rushing through the hatch towards them. The scanner on the Titan S-600 transport spaceship was much more advanced than the other spaceship. Although it could not control the enemy spaceship electronically, as long as the distance was close enough, it could still monitor the sounds inside the spaceship. Therefore, the conversation between the captain and the crew members was heard by everyone in the Titan S-600 transport spaceship. Everyone's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Just by listening to the conversation between the captain and the crew members, they knew that many victims had died in the hands of these people. Although there were no legal restrictions in the universe, this was not an excuse for the other party to kill at will. This was especially so for Helena and the Kaji from the Special Task Force. They were all law enforcers of the Monolith Star, and they hated such people even more. At first, Helena only wanted to capture all of them and hand them over to the Monolith Star Court for trial. However, she changed her mind now. We have a rescue mission. The other party is extremely vicious. Leave no one alive this time. Helena instructed the Kaji beside her in a deep voice. Chapter 185. Sister, let me go in first. David volunteered. This was a rare opportunity to fight. The enemy in the spaceship had a reason to die. He could also practice his combat skills and let the shadow attendant absorb the enemy's soul. Helena hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Okay, let's get this over with. She knew about David's battle record. He single-handedly killed a team of elite Kaji from the Blade of Liberty mercenary group with a spear. It was impossible for a Kaji with that kind of combat power to appear in the other spaceship. Elite Kaji had the opportunity to work for a powerful organization. Why would they live such a dangerous life in space? Of course, Helena also wanted to see David's combat power with her own eyes. She found it hard to believe that David could single-handedly kill a team of elite Kaji. One had to know that these Special Task Force Kaji under her command were all elite Kaji. Their combat power was not much stronger than the team of elite Kaji that David had killed. David fixed the Godolphin's Wrath sniper rifle on his back. This custom-made exoskeleton armor had already taken into account his needs for close-range combat. The fixed position of the sniper rifle allowed him to avoid being affected by the sniper rifle on his back during close-range combat. He switched the second-grade spear from his back to his hand. In this environment, a spear was not a good choice. The passageway connecting the two spaceships was not wide. At most, it could only accommodate two Kaji walking side by side. The 2.5-meter-long spear would be limited to other Kaji spears. However, David was different. He only practiced one spear technique. He did not need to defend himself. He only needed to stab continuously. Helena followed closely behind David with her second-grade warhammer. Blake also stood beside her with his second-grade warhammer. Their goal was to protect David. Although they had heard of David's battle achievements, it was still very dangerous for David to charge at the front and face unknown enemies. But now, with the two of them holding the line, there wouldn't be any danger. David took a deep breath. The new custom-made exoskeleton armor gave him a stronger sense of control. The special spear-fixing device on the palm armor also made it easier for David to display his master spear mastery ability. His eyes were fixed on the hatch that was about to open, and his feet were charging. The moment the hatch opened, his feet also exerted force, and he used sprint step. Because David's sprint steps were too fast, when the cabin door opened, the captain could only see the blue light of the grade 2 spear in David's hand. He couldn't even see David's figure clearly. When David charged forward, his mind power was completely unleashed. With a mind power of 5.07, it was easier for him to use his mind power, especially after practicing the crystal meditation technique. In his eyes, there were a total of 7 Kaji in the tunnel, and their movements were obviously slower. This feeling was similar to when he used a sniper rifle to snipe, but this feeling would only be triggered when he used the sniper ability. Because when he used the sniper ability, David's body was still. This was more beneficial for his mind power to unleash, and it also needed time to unleash it. Before he practiced the crystal meditation technique, he couldn't unleash his mind power while moving. Before he learned the crystal meditation technique, David's mind power was still dependent on luck. After he learned the crystal meditation technique, the mind power had become a kind of independent ability for David. Among the 7 Kaji, the 2 Kaji at the front were holding first-grade battle axes. The other 2 Kaji's battle axes were at most at the advanced proficient level, so their movements were full of flaws in David's eyes. Especially when David's mind power was unleashed, these flaws were infinitely magnified. After absorbing many knowledge balls of the speed talent from the Ripper flying insects, David's speed was comparable to an intermediate or advanced Kaji's. His second-grade spear lightly tapped twice. The 2 Kaji at the front suddenly went limp. Due to inertia, they rushed forward 2 meters and slid in front of David's feet. Red blood flowed out from the exoskeleton armor's neck and flowed on the steel tunnel floor. Helena and Blake, who were behind David, were both stunned. They looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Although the two Kaji weren't strong, they were still advanced Kaji. They shouldn't be so weak. Was the mastery of a master weapon really that scary? This thought lingered in their minds. They were behind David, and the two Kaji had just been killed when they saw the Kaji. This was too fast. David didn't have time to care about what they were thinking. He was immersed in the strange state of mind power. He stepped on the corpse on the ground, and the friction between the exoskeleton armor made a teeth-numbing sound. David's spear stabbed out again. This time, it was aimed at a Kaji who was holding a war hammer. Although this war hammer Kaji saw two of his companions being killed at the same time, he was in the middle of a charge with his other companions behind him. There was no way he could stop. In addition, the battle just now happened too quickly. The war hammer Kaji didn't have time to react. He instinctively swung his war hammer at David, but David's spear was one step ahead. It pierced his neck. Under the sharpness of a level 2 spear, the thickest part of the exoskeleton armor, the neck guard, was as thin as paper. David discovered the terrifying part of mind power. The opponent in his eyes slowed down, giving him more time to make the correct judgment. In addition, he had mastered many weapons. As long as his opponent's mastery of a certain weapon was not as good as his, he could rely on this time to make the most fatal attack. Warhammer Kaji fell, blood gushing out of his neck. David was like a killing machine. He didn't care about Warhammer Kaji on the ground. He was 100% sure that Warhammer Kaji was completely dead like the other two Kaji. This was because the shadow attendant beside him had absorbed the souls of the three Kaji and gave him 3 comfortable sensations. I surrender. The fourth Kaji was obviously frightened. He was about to surrender, but before he could finish his sentence, his throat was pierced by a spear. If the 7 Kaji could form a battle formation and cooperate with each other, they might be able to block David. However, this narrow passage limited them. David kicked the 4th Kaji in the stomach. The 4th Kaji's body was sent flying backward. It hit the 2 Kaji behind him and blocked their vision. When they pushed their companion's body away, 2 faint blue lights flashed behind the body. In less than 2 seconds, only the captain and the Kaji were left in front of David. "I'll use all my wealth to buy my life," the captain shouted at the fastest speed in his life. Although he had the strength of a pinnacle transcendent, although his heavy axe ability had reached the intermediate mastery level, although he yearned for wealth, none of these were important in front of his life. As a pinnacle transcendent Kaji, he knew very well what kind of monster he was facing. A spear master with a grade 2 spear. Among the Kaji behind the spear master, more than half of the Kaji were wielding grade 2 weapons. Moreover, there were more Kaji than them. Only 1 Kaji was needed to kill them all in an instant. The captain had lost the courage to continue fighting. The captain could not imagine that he would lose his courage one day. He had always thought that he was fearless. In order to become a transcendent, he would rather have his soul fall into hell. But now, he could not even hold his weapon. He looked at David with pleading eyes. The captain's body stiffened, and he did not dare to move at all. This was because the grade 2 spear stopped in front of his neck when he shouted that sentence. "Second sister, I'll leave it to you," David said to Helena, who was behind him, as he woke up from the state of spiritual outburst. He maintained the spear in his hand. "Leave it to me," Helena said in a deep voice as she let out a long sigh. Just now, she had also been frightened. Normally, there would be 6 soldiers in a group, but David's footsteps did not stop at all. Just like that, he killed 1 person with each step, killing his way through the tunnel. Helena felt a deep sense of helplessness in her heart. Was there really such a big difference between a genius and a mortal? She only reacted when David spoke to her and quickly calmed herself down. She was preparing to enter the transformation period, so she could not be affected by David. Countless battles of life and death had helped her recover quickly. "Open up the exoskeleton armor," Helena ordered the captain. The captain did not have any thoughts of resisting, even when David moved the spear away from his neck. He obediently opened up the exoskeleton armor and allowed a Kaji behind Helena to control the electronic countermeasure device to strip off his exoskeleton armor. During the whole process, the captain didn't dare to move his body because he saw David standing 2 meters away from him. The terrifying second-grade spear that had taken away 6 of his companions was in David's hand, ready to attack at any time. The captain's body was revealed. He was a tall middle-aged man in his 40s. His face was pale from being in space for a long time, and his beard was not trimmed. Helena did not ask the captain personally. A Kaji behind her walked up to the captain and punched his abdomen directly. The captain shrieked and curled up on the ground. Of course, the Kaji did not use his full strength in this punch. Otherwise, the punch with the exoskeleton armor would have killed the captain directly. However, this punch hit the captain so hard that he could not use any strength at all and completely lost his ability to move. Another 2 Kaji rushed into the spaceship and gathered the crew. The interrogation process was very easy. Soon, everyone knew why they were robbed. "Little brother, sometimes it's not a good thing to keep a low profile," Furnace said to David with a smile. David also shook his head helplessly. This was his first time in space, and he was robbed. "Little brother, ignore Furnace. Your spaceship is very good. It's good to keep a low profile," Blake said with a smile. "Yes, those who find luxurious spaceships are not simple robbers. They are definitely much stronger than these Kaji." Helena nodded and said, "Is space so dangerous?" David looked at the captain who was still being interrogated and turned to ask the others. "We were just unlucky this time to meet these robbers. We have carried out dozens of missions in space, and we have never been attacked by robbers," Helena said with a smile. On the other side, the captain heard Helena's words and could not help but curse in his heart. It was his bad luck. He was heartbroken as he transferred the credit points in his identity bracelet to the Kaji who was interrogating him. "Captain, the credit points have been received." The Kaji who was interrogating the captain came to Helena's side and reported softly. "Take out all the rubbish in the spaceship and throw out all the equipment," Helena ordered in a deep voice. "No, you can't do this. You are not trustworthy." The captain heard Helena's order and could not help but shout. Helena was too lazy to care about the captain. She had a mission and could not bring the captain and the rest of the crew with her. She could also see that no matter if it was the captain or the ordinary crew members, none of them had not committed any crimes. This could be seen from the conversation that was monitored by the scanner. The Kaji knocked out the captain with a casual blow and stopped the captain from shouting. On the other side, the 2 Kaji also knocked out the other 11 crew members and threw them all into the hatch. As the hatch was separated from the inside of the spaceship, the hatch opened automatically. At the same time, a strong suction force sucked the 12 unconscious people, including the captain, into space. David used a part of his mind to control the shadow attendant to fly into space. He saw the 12 people's faces turn black and purple quickly in space. Then, frost formed and 12 souls were sucked into the shadow attendant. Without Helena's order, the Kaji continued to search the spaceship. Helena, who was talking to David, received the report from the Kaji. She could not help but feel happy. "Captain, there are Krypton ores." Helena patted David's shoulder and said with a smile, "Little brother, we are not unlucky this time. This spaceship is actually transporting Krypton ores." David knew how precious Krypton ores were. It was very troublesome to mine Krypton ores. They could only be mined by machines operated by humans. Artificial intelligence systems would be greatly affected in Krypton ores. In addition, any Krypton ores were important resources. The mining was controlled by the major forces. Other than some abandoned and barren krypton ores that the major forces did not want, the only way to mine krypton ores was to try one's luck on the resource planets in the universe. Helena, Blake, David, and Furnace came to the spaceship's warehouse. The warehouse was not big, but about 100 cubic meters of space was filled with raw krypton ores. Krypton ores were unprocessed ores. Some of the exposed krypton ores could be seen. The rest of the krypton ores were covered by hard rock. Krypton ores needed to be processed before they could be used. However, the value of 100 cubic meters of krypton ores here was at least hundreds of millions of credits. This harvest made all the Kaji present smile. No one cared about the origin of this batch of krypton ores. It did not matter if it was mined or robbed. As long as it was in the hands of the Special Task Force, it would be impossible to spit it out. Chapter 186. The Titan S-600 transport spaceship used a special spaceship tractor to drag the captured spaceship down slowly and entered the range of the 6th Boulder resource planet. Little brother, after arriving at the 6th Boulder resource planet, you first have to adapt to the gravity. The gravity of the 6th Boulder resource planet is only 1/5 of that of the Boulder planet, so you need to adjust your control of your strength during battle. Blake explained as he stood beside David. David nodded. He had noticed the change in gravity when they entered the range of the 6th Boulder resource planet. However, the Titan S-600 transport spaceship had a gravity simulation system that could automatically adjust to the gravity of the outside world. Therefore, after a brief change in gravity when they first entered the range of the 6th Boulder resource planet, the gravity in the spaceship returned to normal. The decrease in gravity was a very troublesome change for snipers, but the custom-made exoskeleton armor had a ground-fixing device, so stabilizing the body was not a problem. It was just that the interval between each sniper rifle attack had to be a little longer in order to eliminate the reaction force from the body. David was not worried. The light ball of knowledge he had fused with contained all kinds of combat experience, including this kind of low-gravity environment. The spaceship stops descending. "We'll jump down from here," Helena ordered loudly. The Titan S-600 transport spaceship stopped 500 meters in the air. Under normal gravity at such an altitude, auxiliary landing equipment was required to land safely. However, the low-gravity environment of the 6th Boulder resource planet made it extremely easy for the Kaji to jump down from 500 meters. The 20 Kaji from the Secret Service took out their respective weapons. In addition to the 10 Kaji holding second-grade warhammers, David also saw 2 Kaji holding second-grade large shields, 5 Kaji holding first-grade heavy axes, 3 Kaji holding first-grade spears, and 1 Kaji sniper. It was obvious that not all of the Secret Service team were using second-grade weapons, and not all of them were using warhammers. When it came to dangerous missions, Kaji's deployment of the Secret Service was very comprehensive. David's attention was on the sniper Kaji. He did not know that there was another sniper Kaji with him. The sniper Kaji's sniper rifle was scattered in the equipment box, and he had only just assembled it and carried it on his back. "Little brother, this is Bell's sniper Kaji. He will team up with you and Blake. You 3 Kaji will act alone and cover the team," Helena said as she turned on the communication channel of the exoskeleton armor. Since this operation wasn't a battle between Kaji, they didn't use codenames. Of course, the main reason for this was that Helena's subordinates were already used to cooperating with each other. David was a new Kaji and a sniper Kaji, so he didn't really need to integrate into the combat system. There was no oxygen on Boulder 6 resource planet, so after David jumped off the Titan S-600 transport spaceship, the survival system on the custom-made exoskeleton armor automatically turned on, and oxygen was continuously produced through material conversion. The Interstellar Federation's research on space survival systems had been completely finalized. It could be said that even the most ordinary head-mounted survival system could maintain the most basic survival needs as long as there was a supply of energy. Not to mention, the survival system in the exoskeleton armor was more advanced than ordinary survival systems, including food, oxygen, and so on. It would also automatically adjust the survival system as the consumption increased due to combat increase. David felt his body falling. 500 meters of free fall was a very wonderful experience. Only on such a low-gravity planet would people dare to fall in such a way. The Titan S-600 transport spaceship would fly back to space with the spoils of war and activate its warp engine to head to a nearby bastion. There were many bastions in space in the war zone, and these bastions had only one mission: to snipe the Zergs from space. Since the opening of Planet Warstar, the entire war zone was filled with layers of bastions, and it was also where the space fleet was stationed. If it had not been for these guardians in space, the scale of the Zerg attack last time would have been many times larger. The Titan S-600 transport spaceship had its own identity verification system, and with the help of the Secret Service team, there would be no problem in terms of safety. The spaceship could not be parked on Boulder 6 resource planet. It was very dangerous there, and if something happened to the spaceship, the Secret Service team would not be able to leave. The Titan S-600 transport spaceship would return to Boulder 6 resource planet after receiving the signal, or even if there was no signal, it would come to pick them up within 24 hours. David's body landed heavily on the ground with a loud bang, and his feet sank into the ground. However, the impact on his body was much smaller than expected. It was completely within the tolerance range of the exoskeleton armor and his body. David looked at the rest of the Kaji. They had all landed safely. Other than the two Kaji snipers and Blake, who could not fight, the other Kaji had formed two teams. Each team had a Kaji with a second-grade shield. Helena and Furnace were in the first team. This team had 11 people, and the second team had 9 people. It was obvious that Helena did not want Furnace to leave her side. This was also to protect Furnace. Helena usually looked down on Furnace, but at times like this, his safety was very important to her. David, this is the topographic map. We will choose a high point as the sniping point, and then the two of us will move in separately. We will cover each other and keep up with the team. Bell said to David in the team communication channel. Bell was a Kaji sniper who had returned from planet Warstar, and he had rich combat experience. He was born in Non-City. Even if he had a better choice, he still returned to Non-City and became a member of the Special Task Force. This time, Helena found him and asked him to act with David so that he could bring David along. Okay. David nodded as he looked at the topographic map displayed on the faceplate and the positions marked on it. Blake did not say anything. He was only here to protect David this time, and he would not interfere with other things. Two Kaji with second-grade warhammers were at the front of the two teams. There was no professional Kaji here. The two teams kept a distance of 100 meters between them as they moved forward. David and Bell also came to the first sniping point. David placed Godolphin's Wrath on the ground. After he laid down, his custom-made exoskeleton armor automatically extended a fixing device and fixed him to the ground. David took out a sound-shielding device and placed it beside him. He had prepared this beforehand. After David entered combat mode, Bell carried his sniper rifle and headed to the second sniping point 2 kilometers ahead. David calmly observed the surroundings of Bell and the two Kaji teams through the T3 sniper support device. He was ready to provide support at any time. At the same time, the shadow attendant flew 20 meters into the air. David used a bit of his mind to pay attention to the situation around him. The danger level here was much higher than on planet Monolith. Although not a single Zerg had appeared so far, he did not dare to be careless. Bell was very fast. He seemed to be very confident in David's protection and reached the second sniping point without hesitation. Bell fixed his sniper rifle and entered combat mode. "David, it's safe," he immediately said through the team comms channel. "Roger," David replied as he exited combat mode. David put away the sound shielding device and ran to the third sniping point with Godolphin's Wrath. Blake followed closely behind David. "The situation is a little strange. Everyone, be careful." Helena's voice sounded in the team comms channel. The entire combat team had advanced 5 kilometers, but they had not encountered a single Zerg, not even the weakest larvae. This was not right. With the density of Zergs here, there should not be a 5-kilometer vacuum, and they should not have encountered one. There was only one possibility. Something unexpected had happened here and attracted the attention of the Zergs. The Titan S-600 transport spaceship had dropped off the combat team only 10 kilometers away from the rescue target. This was the best distance so that the combat team would not be directly surrounded by the Zergs. However, the current situation was unexpected, and Helena had to be more careful. As soon as Helena finished speaking, David's Godolphin's Wrath fired the first level 1 bullet. Warhammer Kaji, who was scouting at the front, was walking past a giant rock when a hunter mantis jumped down from the top of the rock. Under normal circumstances, it would be easy for this soldier with a Grade 2 Warhammer to deal with a hunter mantis. However, the environment here was very suitable for the Zerg to hide, and the giant rock blocked the scanning device's scan. Although this hunter mantis could not deal fatal damage to Warhammer Kaji, this was not an environment for survival. As long as there was a problem with the sealed faceplate, Warhammer Kaji would die in no time. The hunter mantis genes obviously had this kind of inheritance, and it chose to attack the faceplate. However, the hunter mantis's hiding spot was discovered by the shadow attendant 20 meters in the air. Just as the hunter mantis jumped down, it was also exposed to David's sniper rifle. David, who was already prepared, immediately fired. The Godolphin's Wrath covered a distance of more than 1,000 meters in an instant. There was almost no atmosphere on the 6th boulder resource planet, only some extremely thin poisonous gas. This made the level 1 bullet fired by the Godolphin's Wrath even faster. The hunter mantis jumped in midair, and its black-green scythe-like limbs were only 10 centimeters away from Warhammer Kaji's faceplate. Warhammer Kaji's Warhammer hit the hunter mantis much later than the hunter mantis. However, at this moment, the level 1 bullet flew into the hunter mantis's head and directly pierced through it. The hunter mantis's scythe-like limbs left a shallow scratch on Warhammer Kaji's faceplate, and it fell from the air powerlessly. "Thank you." The Warhammer warrior looked at the dead hunter mantis and let out a long sigh of relief before thanking him in the communication channel. "Good job, little brother," Helena continued. She saw the hunter mantis appear just now, but she couldn't do anything. She didn't expect David's sniper cover to come so quickly. Blake, who was beside David, had a very strange expression on his face. This was because his angle was the same as David's. Even he couldn't react in that short moment when the hunter mantis appeared. Bell, who was also a sniper of Kaji, knew how terrifying this sniper was. Discovering the target was only the first step. Next, one had to analyze and then shoot. However, David did everything in an instant. That sniper shot was more like he had been waiting for the hunter mantis to appear. In fact, David was indeed waiting for the hunter mantis to appear. His vision wasn't just limited to the T3 sniper support device. The shadow attendant's vision range was even wider. After shooting, David felt that his body had to bear a greater recoil force. If he hadn't changed to the exoskeleton armor, he wouldn't have been able to keep his body stable even with the Land Lion exoskeleton armor. He also made a clear judgment. In this environment, he needed to snipe at least once every 5 seconds. Otherwise, his body would be damaged. "Captain, the scan found a large number of Zergs in front." Warhammer Kaji, who was in charge of scouting at the front, suddenly shouted. The shadow attendant in the sky also saw figures rushing towards the team amidst the rocks and dust. These were all hunter mantises. There were so many of them that it was impossible to estimate. Set up a temporary fortress. Sniper Kaji, retreat. Helena looked at the scan data sent back by Scout Kaji and immediately ordered loudly. Following her order, the 4 Kaji unloaded the devices on their backs and quickly assembled a 15-meter-tall, 20-meter-long, net-shaped building. The net-shaped building didn't seem to have any defensive power. However, after Kaji installed 4 krypton crystals and activated the net-shaped building's energy, all the rocks within 100 meters were attracted to the net-shaped building. Pieces of rocks flew towards the net-shaped building one after another. The gravity here was very weak, so some of the huge rocks were also attracted to the net-shaped building. In just 10 seconds, David saw a fortress made completely of irregular rock. This was also David's first time seeing a temporary fortress. He didn't have any memories of it in his system of knowledge. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and enter the fortress. Blake, who was beside David, pushed David and reminded him. David quickly put away Godolphin's wrath and rushed towards the temporary fortress with Blake. On the other side, Kaji also returned to the temporary fortress where the team was. David stepped on the rocks on the wall of the temporary fortress and jumped onto it in a few steps. He also realized that this temporary fortress wasn't very safe. The gravity here didn't give them much of an advantage. With the strength of the hunter mantises, it was easy for them to jump up. However, with the geographical advantage, Kaji's team had a better position to attack. Prepare to set up a barrier. Helena's voice was very calm as she continued to give orders. The 2 Kaji took out a few spheres and threw them at the 4 corners of the temporary fortress. Soon, the spheres formed a white, silk-like barrier outside the temporary fortress. Chapter 187. Through the shadow attendant, David knew the number of hunter mantises better than anyone else. His high spirit allowed him to analyze and make judgments very quickly. 324 hunter mantises. This number was very accurate, but at the same time it made David very worried. One had to know that every single hunter mantis was not easy to deal with. Although the Kaji here were very strong and had no problem dealing with 1 or 2 or even 3 or 4 hunter mantises at the same time, it was impossible for them to fight 10 hunter mantises at once. However, David did not notice Helena's nervousness. Although Helena could not see the number of hunter mantises directly like he could, with the result of the scanning device, he believed that Helena's judgment was not too far off from the actual number of hunter mantises. Big Shield Kaji, pay attention to the left and right sides. The 4 Warhammer Kaji will block the front. Belle, you'll be in charge of assisting. Helena ordered in a deep voice. She turned to David and said, "Little brother, you'll have to change back to your spear. I need your attack power." "No problem." David nodded in response. Compared to the sniper rifle that could only attack once every few seconds, melee weapons were the best choice to deal with these hunter mantises that were weak in defense but had a large number of them. David put Godolphin's wrath back on his back, took out a few pieces of the second-grade spear, and assembled them. Helena saw that David had changed to his spear and pointed to the front. "Little brother, you'll take the middle position," she said to David as she pointed to the front position. The hunter mantises were very fast, but their defense was relatively low among the first-grade Zergs. This was the enemy that a powerful spear master like David was best at dealing with. David and the Special Task Force had very little cooperation, especially in this kind of complete defense. The main thing was not to rely on battle formations, but on familiarity with each other. David stood at the front of the middle, so he did not need to worry about cooperation with the other Kaji. As long as the other Kaji took the initiative to cooperate with David, he would be able to deal with them. "Second sister, what about me?" Furnace couldn't help but ask when he saw that Helena had assigned all of Kaji's missions except for him and Blake. Helena glared at Furnace and said, "You'd better stay here obediently. Don't cause trouble for us." She didn't want to bring Furnace with her on this mission, but Blake and David happened to be traveling together. She thought that it would be better for all her fellow disciples to act together. She could also use this mission to stimulate Furnace so that he could focus on his cultivation. Previously, when there was no danger, Furnace was allowed to follow. But now, the situation was very dangerous. With Furnace's strength, if he was not careful, his life would be in danger. Furnace looked at David, who had already walked to the center of the temporary fortress, and then looked at Blake, who was standing behind David. He couldn't help but feel helpless, but his eyes were burning with the desire to become stronger. The hunter mantises at the front rushed to the barrier. David thought that this white web-like barrier wouldn't have any effect, but to his surprise, the hunter mantises that came into contact with the barrier were like insects that had entered a spider web. They were immediately stuck. The more the hunter mantises that were stuck struggled, the more they were entangled by the white web. To be honest, the strength of this white web was not enough to block the sickle chain-like limbs of the hunter mantises, but the viscosity of the white web made it difficult for the hunter mantises to get rid of the web on their bodies. The 20 hunter mantises that rushed at the front were trapped in the barrier just like that. It would be very difficult for them to escape in a short period of time. However, the hunter mantises were not without intelligence. The hunter mantises at the back knew the function of the barrier, so they naturally wouldn't repeat the same mistake. They jumped over the barrier. David held the second-grade spear in his hand and looked at the hunter mantises that were getting closer and closer. He became more and more focused, and he entered the state of mind explosion again. There were 324 hunter mantises, and 20 of them were trapped in the barrier. The rest of the hunter mantises were divided into 3 groups. The largest group had about 200 mantises that were attacking the temporary fortress from the front, and the other 2 groups had about 50 mantises that were attacking the left and right sides of the temporary fortress. Helena stood beside David, and there were 4 Kaji Warhammer on her side. Including Blake, who couldn't fight, there were 7 Kaji Warhammer in total. There were more Kaji Warhammer on the left and right side. There were 8 Kaji Warhammer on each side, and there was also a second-grade large shield in front of them. It wouldn't be a problem for them to face 50 hunter mantises head-on. The Kaji Warhammer here were the most elite Kaji Warhammer on the monolith planet. In particular, they had many second-grade weapons, which made the Kaji Warhammer even more powerful. Don't underestimate a Kaji Warhammer with a second-grade large shield. In any Kaji Warhammer, as long as there was a Kaji Warhammer with a second-grade large shield, the defensive power of the team would be greatly increased. It would also allow the other Kaji Warhammer in the team to focus on attacking, which would increase the offensive power of the Kaji Warhammer. If there was a Kaji Warhammer with a second-grade large shield, when Helena led the Secret Service team to the outskirts of Non-City, it would be much easier to deal with the ripping bugs. Therefore, during normal battles with the Zergs, every team would have at least 1 Kaji Warhammer with a second-grade large shield. Helena wasn't worried about the left and right side. She was most worried about the 200 hunter mantises in front of her. The trump card in her heart was actually Blake. Blake might not be able to fight, but as long as he went all out, his combat power would be very terrifying. Although he wasn't as powerful as the Transcendent, he was far more powerful than a peak Kaji Warhammer. Of course, the price Blake had to pay for fighting was that his body would be damaged. Although she had the holy water of youth, Helena still didn't want Blake to fight so easily. Now, it was up to her and David to cooperate and see if they could get rid of so many hunter mantises faster. The hunter mantises in front of them were charging closer. Although they weren't as fast as the ripping bugs that David encountered before, they were the fastest ones that David had encountered on land. In addition, due to the gravity of the sixth boulder resource planet, the hunter mantises were able to unleash 200% of their speed. However, in David's eyes, the hunter mantises were moving very slowly. He could see every tiny movement of every hunter mantis clearly. Unfortunately, his mind explosion only strengthened his observation, analysis, and judgment abilities, but it couldn't strengthen his speed. This made his speed unable to keep up with his observation, analysis, and judgment, so he couldn't unleash these enhancements brought about by his mind explosion. However, with Master Spear Mastery, he could make up for some of the effects of speed through technique. Due to the function of the temporary fortress, every hunter mantis that wanted to attack the soldiers on the temporary fortress needed to jump to the top of the temporary fortress, which was 15 meters high. This way, the hunter mantises lost a lot of their attacking technique. During the process of jumping, the hunter mantises' bodies would be suspended in the air, so they wouldn't have any leverage. Their reaction to attacks would also be reduced by half. Just as the first batch of 25 hunter mantises jumped up, the level 2 spear in David's hand moved first. The 2.5-meter-long spear was several times longer than the warhammers in the hands of Kaji warhammers. Therefore, David's attack was also the first to be launched. David hooked the edge of the temporary fortress with his back foot and stepped down with his front foot. His body was completely horizontal to the top of the temporary fortress, which allowed him to get closer to the hunter mantises that were jumping. The hunter mantises that couldn't dodge in the air were fixed targets in David's eyes. All he needed to do was to stab the second-grade spear into the hunter mantises' vital points and kill them. David had Master Spear Mastery, so this kind of attack was too easy for him. The second-grade spear was stabbed, retracted, stabbed, and retracted like lightning. During this process, his body also exerted force with his front and back legs, and he stood upright on the temporary fortress again. However, 10 out of the 25 hunter mantises that had jumped up had already been killed. Helena yelled and smashed the second-grade warhammer in her hand towards a hunter mantis. The hunter mantis that couldn't dodge in the air was sent flying. She then used the recoil force of this blow to continue attacking the hunter mantises beside her with her warhammer. The 4 Kaji warhammers beside her waved their warhammers and blocked the hunter mantises that were jumping up. Their goal was very clear: to stop the hunter mantises from landing on the temporary fortress. Helena was already attacking the third hunter mantis. The first 2 hunter mantises were sent flying by her second-grade warhammer. The places where the 2 hunter mantises were hit had their shells and insides shattered. Even if they didn't die, they would lose their ability to fight. Without waiting for them to defeat the first batch of hunter mantises, the second batch of hunter mantises jumped up, and the number of hunter mantises reached 50. The rest of the hunter mantises did not jump, but used their jumping limbs to climb up. Blake, who was standing at the side, didn't make a move. He loosened his grip slightly and clenched his second-grade warhammer tightly. In this situation, he was ready to make a move. Inside David's soul fortress, he threw out a sleeping rune that he had drawn. Its target was a hunting mantis that was crawling below. That hunter mantis was only 5 meters away from David. At this distance, the sleeping pattern was extremely well hidden. Even if it was discovered, the hunter mantis wouldn't be able to dodge in time. At the same time, he didn't use Spear Mastery on the second-grade spear in his hand. Instead, he used it as a longsword and used Longsword Mastery. The 80% mastery level of Longsword Mastery wasn't any weaker than Spear Mastery, which could only be used for stabbing. Spear Mastery was more suitable for one-on-one battles. David's Spear Mastery was specialized in stabbing, and it could only be used on one target at a time. David changed his fighting style. The second-grade spear danced in the air, drawing elegant arcs in the air. If he was facing a stronger enemy or on flat ground, David's fighting style wouldn't be very effective. The main reason was that the spear was too long, and it couldn't unleash the full power of longsword mastery. However, the special geography of this place made David's fighting style very effective. When the dozens of hunter mantises in front of him jumped, they were met with the blue spear. The hunter mantises that were hit by the spear had their bodies cut open. Although the hunter mantises that were hit by the spear weren't injured, they couldn't jump to their original target. They fell back to the ground one by one. In just a few seconds, more than half of the hunter mantises that jumped in the air were blocked by David alone. Among them, David killed as many as 18 hunter mantises. This was determined by the number of souls absorbed by the shadow attendant. Blake's hand that was holding the second-grade hammer loosened again. David's response made it so that he didn't need to attack immediately. "David, good sword skills," Helena said with a laugh. With her experience, she naturally saw that David didn't use spear mastery just now, but longsword mastery. Kaji of the Interstellar Federation had developed these weapons after countless years of growth. Naturally, there wouldn't be any useless weapons. Although very few people used longsword mastery, among the peak stage Kaji who had no hope of reaching the next level, there were still many peak stage Kaji who studied longsword mastery. The reason was that longsword mastery was more suitable for agility and speed. When dealing with enemies who didn't have a speed advantage, longsword mastery was a huge advantage. The hunter mantises just now had completely lost their speed advantage because they jumped in the air. They couldn't dodge or react. This made longsword mastery the most effective fighting style. Of course, this fighting style was only suitable for David. There was almost no Kaji who could specialize in longsword mastery. Kaji's energy was limited. They needed time to practice their body arts and earn cultivation resources. Any weapon mastery, no matter how talented they were, required years of continuous practice. No matter how talented they were, if they spent their energy on longsword mastery, compared to Kaji, who had the same talent, who focused on longsword mastery, the difference between the two would be huge. Longsword mastery would make longsword mastery more versatile. Among all the armored warriors that Helena had seen, David was the only one who was proficient in all kinds of weapons. He had even reached the master level in his spear mastery. David didn't respond to Helena. His mind was attracted by the slumber pattern he just used. In the soul of the hunter mantises, the slumber pattern was absorbing the soul power of the hunter mantises. At the same time, the slumber pattern also turned into countless tiny, bewitching patterns. It seemed that the hunter mantises didn't have any resistance to the mental slumber that came from bewitching brainworms. Ever since the slumber pattern entered the hunter mantis's soul, it didn't encounter any resistance. Moreover, the speed at which the slumber pattern turned into countless tiny, bewitching patterns was faster than when David used it on Kaji. In just a breath's time, the hunter mantises were controlled by the bewitching pattern. A strange connection appeared between the hunter mantises and David because of the bewitching pattern. At this time, the hunter mantises that were climbing up were about to reach the top of the temporary fortress. Chapter 188. In the face of more than 100 hunter mantises, David didn't rely on other Kaji mantises. When he sensed danger, he unleashed his spirit outburst, and his combat awareness was fully activated. Previously, when David had fused with the combat ability Knowledge Ball of Light, all of the combat skills and combat experience had turned into combat awareness, becoming his combat instinct. All of David's choices were what his combat awareness thought were the most reasonable. Other than a trace of his consciousness left in the shadow attendant's body, the rest of his consciousness was supporting spirit outburst. Just as the hunter mantis was controlled, David switched his feet, and his body fell towards the bottom of the temporary fortress once again. However, this time, David didn't stay fixed on the wall of the temporary fortress. Instead, he rushed down directly. "Little brother, What are you doing? Helena, who was preparing for battle, saw David's actions and couldn't help but shout. Blake didn't even think about it. His body followed David and rushed down with David. Keep up and cooperate, Helena ordered in a deep voice. She also rushed down together with them. Without any hesitation, the 4 Warhammer Kaji mantises rushed down in a straight line with Helena. David wasn't looking for death. His combat instincts told him that this was what he should do, so he did it. The hunter mantis that was controlled by the bewitching pattern suddenly retreated at the same time, causing the hunter mantis that was climbing in the same straight line behind it to be caught off guard, and was knocked away by the bewitched hunter mantis. The hunter mantis that was knocked away fell down, causing a series of collisions. David didn't use the Master Spear Mastery for the 2nd grade spear in his hand because of the need for group battles. Instead, he completely switched to using the longsword. He only needed to pay attention to his left and right side. Since the bewitching hunter mantis was in front of him, he wouldn't be attacked. The 2.5-meter-long spear once again showed its advantage in length. Streaks of blue light shot out from David's left and right sides, sweeping towards the 2 hunter mantises that were pouncing towards him. Using the spear as a longsword allowed David to widen his attack range. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that the spear in his hand was a level 2 weapon, with David's strength, using the longsword to control the spear would pose a limited threat to the hunter mantis. The 2 hunter mantises didn't have time to dodge. Or rather, the hunter mantises here were too densely packed. They didn't have any space to dodge, so they used their sickle chain-like limbs to block in front of them. The moment the hunter mantis's scythe chain-like limbs were swept away, both of their bodies trembled violently. What attacked them was only the handle of the spear, but the force shockwave that was contained in the spear exploded. Both of the hunter mantises lost control of their bodies amidst the shockwave and fell down. Using this time, another bewitching pattern flew out. This time, it shot towards a hunter mantis on the left. The closest hunter mantis on the left that was about to attack David suddenly stopped. Soon, countless tiny bewitching patterns in its soul controlled its soul. This hunter mantis blocked David's front left side, keeping a distance of 2 meters from David. It also blocked the other hunter mantises from approaching from this side. At this time, David didn't have any energy left to use the slumber pattern again. He felt a little tired mentally. If he used the slumber pattern again, he suspected that he would faint on the spot. However, at this time, David only had to face the hunter mantises on the right side. He also unleashed the full power of the master-level spear. The spear in his hand kept stabbing the hunter mantises down one by one. The distance of 15 meters was only 3 breaths' time. David had already rushed to the ground after killing 5 hunter mantises. The 2 bewitched hunter mantises kept a distance from David and looked like they were going to attack David, but in fact, they controlled 2 directions. David stood in front of the temporary fortress with his back against the stone wall of the temporary fortress. 5 meters in front of him was an isolation belt made of sticky silk. The position he was stuck in was very accurate. There were bewitched hunter mantises to interfere with his front and left, so he would not be surrounded. Coupled with the effect of the isolation belt, there were not many hunter mantises that could get close to him. The hunter mantises didn't think that there would be a betrayal, so they let the 2 hunter mantises control the 2 directions of attack. As soon as David's feet touched the ground, he rushed to the right without stopping. There was a 5-meter-wide passage formed by the temporary fortress here. At this time, he was using his strongest spear mastery. He stabbed forward and directly stabbed a hunter mantis to death. The moment he retracted his spear, several hunter mantises rushed in front of him with their speed. David turned his body and stuck close to a hunter mantis that had been bewitched. This hunter mantis took the initiative to block the attacks of several hunter mantises with its sickle chain-like limbs. The other hunter mantis was protecting David on the other side, blocking several hunter mantises that were about to attack. David's spear stabbed out from the side of the hunter mantis that had been bewitched. He killed another hunter mantis and turned his body again. Blake and Helena, who were following David, were blocked by some hunter mantises. They formed a battle formation with the other 4 Warhammer Kaji. "Helena, let me do it. Little brother is in danger," Blake said in a deep voice. "Don't worry. Little brother is a little strange." Helena didn't want Blake to do it now. At the same time, she also felt that the battle on David's side was strange, so she stopped him. Blake's outburst wouldn't last long. If he used it now, Blake wouldn't be able to use it in the battle later. He would still need others to protect him. David's side looked dangerous, but Helena didn't see any panic on David's face. It seemed that the hunter mantises were a little chaotic and couldn't form an effective attack. Even Helena didn't expect David to be able to control 2 hunter mantises. It was simply unimaginable. Ever since the Interstellar Federation and the Zergs started fighting, the Federation had been researching how to control the Zergs. However, the Zergs' genes had some kind of anti-control ability. No matter how hard the Federation scientists tried, they couldn't achieve their goal of controlling the Zergs. David's spiritual sleep was an ability of the Zergs, and the only ones who could control the Zergs were the Zergs themselves. High-level Zergs were born with the ability to control low-level Zergs. The brain-bewitching worm could control a large number of Zergs. David's mind was still too weak. If he had the mental strength of the brain-bewitching worm, the hunter mantises here wouldn't even need to fight. He could control them with just a thought. David also knew how shocking it was to control the Zergs, so he carefully hid his ability. The 2 bewitched hunter mantises maintained an attacking posture. Sometimes, the bewitched hunter mantises would even launch real attacks, but these attacks would all block the attacks of the other hunter mantises. The effect of the power shock was extremely terrifying. Although David's strength wasn't as strong as the hunter mantises, the power shock contained in each of his attacks would make the hunter mantises lose control of their bodies temporarily. This battlefield was divided into 2 parts. On one side, Helena and the 4 Warhammer Kaji formed a defensive formation. Blake stood behind Helena. Because of the barrier belt, there was a wall behind them, so the attacks they received were still within their range. One of the Warhammer Kaji quickly made a few moves, and the wall behind them caved in, forming a shallow hole made of rocks. Helena and the others took a few steps back. Only 2 Warhammer Kaji were needed to block the hole, and the Warhammer Kaji behind them could support and replace them at any time. This was also why Helena dared to face more than 300 hunter mantises. The special nature of the temporary fortress allowed the team to have the geographical advantage at any time. The barrier belt outside could also help them a lot in a short period of time, but this kind of barrier belt couldn't withstand the attacks for too long. Some of the hunter mantises had already started attacking the barrier belt, and in a few more minutes, the barrier belt would lose its effect. The hunter mantises couldn't surround Helena's team of Kaji, so they focused on the rocks near the hole of the temporary fortress. As long as the rocks were destroyed, Helena's team would lose their protection and be exposed to the hunter mantises. However, when the hunter mantises used their scythe-like limbs to cut apart the rocks, no matter how small the rocks were cut, they wouldn't fall to the ground. Instead, they would be sucked back again. Helena didn't care about the hunter mantises' attack. As long as no powerful Zerg broke through the temporary fortress and attacked the core of the temporary fortress, this temporary fortress wouldn't be destroyed before its energy was depleted. On the other side, David was fighting alone. He kept moving among the hunter mantises, and the spear in his hand stabbed out twice per second. Almost every time he stabbed out, a hunter mantis would be stabbed in a vital part and fall to the ground. This was also why Blake didn't make a move. David's team didn't encounter any real danger. David was surrounded by the hunter mantises, and he didn't get hit even once. At this time, David had already gone all out, and he had used all the means he could. In the sky, The shadow attendant, controlled by a strand of his mind, was observing the overall situation of the battlefield. He also divided 2 strands of his mind to control the 2 hunter mantises so that they could cooperate perfectly with him in the battle. The truth proved that although the hunter mantises were intelligent, it was obvious that their intelligence was not strong. At least until now, none of the hunter mantises had noticed the abnormality of the 2 bewitched hunter mantises. The 2 bewitched hunter mantises were like 2 large shields for Kaji, protecting David. Moreover, these 2 large shields, Kaji and David's minds were connected, and they kept cooperating perfectly. There were dozens of hunter mantises chasing after David, and in just 2 minutes, almost half of them were killed. In fact, if the battlefield was in an open space, David definitely wouldn't be able to achieve such result. David was in an environment where one side was the rock wall of the temporary fortress, and the other side was a sticky silk wall. The middle was only 5 meters wide, and the 2 bewitched hunter mantises were protecting David. This was the reason why David could fight with all his might without any scruples. There were only 1 or 2 hunter mantises that could threaten David every time. David only needed to avoid the attacks of 1 or 2 hunter mantises, and he could attack the nearby hunter mantises as he wished. "Little brother, the barrier can't hold on anymore." Helena saw the warning on the mask and quickly reminded in the channel. David also saw through the shadow attendant that the white sticky silk wall surrounding the temporary fortress on the ground had collapsed. All the silk threads were broken and fell to the ground. The barrier had lost its ability to protect them, and nearly 100 hunter mantises immediately rushed towards David. "Little brother, retreat to the wall," Helena yelled. Blake tightened his grip on the war hammer in his hand again. He would unleash his full power if he sensed something wrong. David was the hope of their faction, and also the most valued disciple of their teacher, Galen Transcendent. Both Blake and Helena, who knew Galen Transcendent very well, could see that Galen Transcendent treated David like his own son. That was why Blake accompanied David on his first dangerous alien mission. David obeyed Helena's instructions. He didn't dare to face so many hunter mantises at the same time. Even with the help of the 2 bewitched hunter mantises, he wouldn't be able to stop the attacks of so many hunter mantises. Just as David retreated to the wall automatically moved back, forming a human-sized hole that was 5 meters deep behind him. He immediately entered the hole, and the 2 bewitched hunter mantises stood on both sides of the hole, forming a passage that only 1 hunter mantis could approach. In such an environment, David's constantly bursting mind finally relaxed. As soon as he relaxed, he felt extreme mental exhaustion. Fortunately, he only needed to stab with his spear in his current position. He didn't have to pay attention to whether he would be attacked, and he didn't have to dodge. The shadow attendant flew back from the sky and pressed one hand on David's body. Immediately, a warm soul energy flowed into David's soul, nourishing his tired mind. This was an extremely extravagant act because this soul energy could strengthen David's soul when David was full of energy. However, there were too many Zergs here. As long as he killed more Zergs, he would be able to replenish his soul energy. With the influx of soul energy, David's mind was refreshed. It was as if he had a good night's sleep, and his mind returned to its best state. Chapter 189. David thrust out the second-grade spear in his hand, and the spear pierced through the head of a hunter mantis that had just rushed over from the middle of 2 bewitched hunter mantises. David flicked the spear in his hand, and the hunter mantis's corpse flew out. After the hunter mantis's corpse was flicked away, another hunter mantis entered the empty passage and was killed by David again. It had only been 5 minutes since the battle began, but more than half of the hunter mantises had died. Most of them were David's results. For the first time, David felt the horror of the spiritual hibernation. However, although he had recovered his spirit, he did not use the spiritual hibernation again. It was hard to hide the abnormality of these two hunter mantises. If there were a few more, perhaps every Kaji here would be able to see that something was wrong. He repeated his master-level spear mastery and killed the hunter mantises one by one. Under the combined effect of the power shock ability and the master-level spear mastery, none of the hunter mantises could block his stab in a one-on-one situation. Squeak! A sharp sound pierced through everyone's eardrums. The exoskeleton armor would automatically block out sound frequencies that exceeded the human body's limits, so this sound did not affect the Kaji's battle. However, the battle did not continue. The rest of the hunter mantises quickly retreated and disappeared. David looked at the two bewitched hunter mantises that were still blocking the entrance of the cave. He had no choice but to stab them twice and kill them. "Gather," Helena ordered in a deep voice. David came out of the cave and immediately walked towards Helena's direction. The other two groups of Kaji also came down from the temporary fortress and came to Helena's side. "Little brother, we are a combat team. This is your first mission. You acted without permission and did not cause any bad consequences, but I don't want there to be a second time," Helena said sternly to David. When David rushed down from the temporary fortress, she was very worried. Facing more than 100 hunter mantises alone was almost suicidal. "Yes." David lowered his head in embarrassment and admitted his mistake. He didn't think that he would be so impulsive. He was completely controlled by his battle instincts during the battle. Fortunately, none of the Kaji were missing when they gathered. Only a few Kaji exoskeleton armors were partially damaged, but it did not affect them much. "Your performance was very brave, but you have to protect yourself." Helena's voice slowed down as she continued. Blake also walked to David's side and patted him heavily. Helena turned to Audrey, the female Kaji, and ordered, "Audrey, report to headquarters immediately that the Hunter Mantis King has appeared on Boulder 6. Ask if the rescue operation should continue." David recalled the information about the Insectoid King. The conditions for the formation of an Insectoid King were extremely harsh. First, there had to be enough insectoids of the same species. Second, there had to be enough energy to support the formation of the Insectoid King. Take the Hunter Mantis King as an example. The Hunter Mantis was a relatively weak level 1 insectoid, but when the Hunter Mantis King became a level 2 insectoid, its level would increase by 1 when it became a level 1 insectoid. The combat power of the Hunter Mantis King was secondary. The most terrifying thing was its intelligence. The Hunter Mantis King had intelligence that far exceeded that of an ordinary Hunter Mantis. At the same time, it also had absolute control over the Hunter Mantis. Audrey, the female Kaji, turned on the interstellar communicator. By amplifying and strengthening the signal, she sent the signal into space. Then, through the various space fortresses in space, it reached the planet she wanted to contact, and finally contacted the designated target. Because the signal of the interstellar communicator was too strong, it could easily attract the attention of the insectoids. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it would only be turned on when there was a need for communication. Furnace came to David's side and said in the private channel, "Little brother, I want to learn spear mastery from you." David's Kaji's level was lower than his, but because of her master spear mastery, her performance in battle was extremely amazing. Furnace, on the other hand, could only stay behind the two Kajis with big shields and be protected by them. "Furnace, you should talk to Uncle Garen. As long as Uncle Garen agrees, it's fine," David replied, a little amused. It was not easy to learn spear mastery again. Not to mention the difficulty of starting from scratch. Even if one wanted to reach master level, it would take decades of practice and enough luck. Then forget it. I was just saying. Furnace shrugged helplessly. How could he talk to Garen about it? Just as David and Furnace were chatting in private, the female Kaji had also finished contacting the headquarters. "Captain, the headquarters wants to continue the rescue. The mission level has been raised. At the same time, the mission has been shared with the Kaji Association. Kajis from the Kaji Association will be here soon, the female Kaji reported. It seems like there are some important people among the people who need to be rescued, Helena said in a deep voice. She glanced at the Kaji in front of her and continued, "This mission has been upgraded. A level 2 Zerg has appeared. In order to avoid casualties, we need to wait for more Kajis to act together." Without a defensive position, a level 2 Zerg was an extremely difficult enemy for the Kajis to defeat. In addition, the Hunter Mantis King had a large number of Hunter Mantis subordinates, so it was extremely difficult to deal with them. Helena did not want to fight a level 2 Zerg with her subordinate. Waiting for reinforcements was the best way. "We can't stay here. Let's retreat 2 kilometers and set up a defense," she finally ordered. A Kaji shut down the temporary fortress. As the power source was cut off, the rocks on the temporary fortress automatically fell down. A few Kajis went up and put the device that had shrunk back into its components on their back. David retreated with the team, but his hand was pressed on the shadow attendant that was retreating with him. What disappointed him was that although the shadow attendant had absorbed the souls of 152 Hunter Mantis, it did not produce a single knowledge light ball. He thought that the Hunter Mantis's speed was extremely fast, and he thought that it would produce a speed talent light ball. David shook his head and cast away his disappointment. Although the Hunter Mantis's speed was fast, it was still a far cry from the speed of the Ripper-winged insects. At least, although the Hunter Mantis's speed was fast, the Kajis could still defend and attack normally. It was not like when they were facing the Ripper-winged insects, where they were unable to fight back because of the Ripper-winged insects' speed. If the Ripper-winged insects had attacked them this time, let alone 300 Ripper-winged insects, just 50 Ripper-winged insects would have been enough to wipe out all the Kaji's team. This was the difference between the strongest and the weakest level 1 Zerg. However, although the Hunter Mantis's soul did not produce any knowledge light balls, it still had a lot of soul energy. Some of it was used by David to recover his spirit. Now that he had absorbed the soul energy from the shadow attendant for more than 10 seconds, his spirit had increased quite a bit. On the shadow attendant's attribute panel, the display of spirit changed to Spirit 512-1. They soon arrived at the 2-kilometer mark. This time, Helena chose a high ground to rest. Helena first arranged for the Kajis to defend, and then she ordered Bell, who was sniping the Kaji. "Bell, set up a sniper position. Don't bother with the normal Hunter Mantises. Just attack the Hunter Mantis King." She then hesitated for a moment before saying, "Little brother, you're free to move." As for David's arrangement, she didn't have a definite idea. Although David's sniping was strong, he was even more terrifying when he used a spear. In the battle just now, David's achievements alone were comparable to the achievements of the entire team. Therefore, she didn't make any special arrangements, and let David do everything on his own. In fact, even though Helena criticized David in the battle just now, she also knew that if it weren't for David's explosiveness, the most powerful person in the team, Blake, would have to make a move in advance, and perhaps this mission would have failed. David nodded. He was in high spirits now. After absorbing so many Hunter Mantis souls in one go, it seemed like the fastest way to grow was on the battlefield. He was very thirsty for battle. In his eyes, even the Hunter Mantis King was just a soul that could produce knowledge light balls. The Hunter Mantis King didn't send any more Hunter Mantises to attack the Kaji. Even the other insectoids didn't appear again. Helena used the interstellar communicator on Audrey's back to look for relevant information. A Hunter Mantis King actually appeared in this rescue mission. This was very strange, no matter how she looked at it. This was a resource planet of the Monolith Star. Usually, Kaji would come here to carry out missions. Also, some mercenary groups and financial groups would come here to clean up the insectoid. This was to stabilize the daily operations of the mining area. There shouldn't be a large number of insectoids of the same species here, and there shouldn't be resources that could allow an insectoid to grow into a hunter mantis king. Brother Blake, how strong is the hunter mantis king? David asked softly. If he wanted to kill the hunter mantis king and obtain its soul, he needed to know its strength. There are no weak level 2 insectoids. Only the transcendent can fight a level 2 insectoid one-on-one. I haven't seen the hunter mantis king before, but judging from its speed, the hunter mantis king's speed is at least 10 times faster, Blake said with a serious face. David's eyelids twitched. He was quite knowledgeable. He had seen a level 2 insectoid with his own eyes. However, the level 2 insectoid, the armored rockworm, was fighting the Kaji on the city wall. It was restrained by many defensive weapons and couldn't unleash its full power. The level 2 insectoid, the bewitching brainworm, didn't have any combat power. It only had the ability to control the mind. He had never seen a level 2 insectoid fight at full power without any restrictions. The hunter mantis king's speed was 10 times faster than a normal hunter mantis. It was so fast that even the naked eye couldn't lock onto it. No wonder even Helena took the initiative to retreat 2 kilometers and wait for reinforcements from the Kaji Society. The Secret Service and the Kaji Society didn't belong to the same system. This was equivalent to the government asking for help from the Kaji Society. Brother Blake, can we defeat the hunter mantis king? David asked worriedly. He was sure that with the speed of the hunter mantis king, it would be very difficult for him to defeat it. Perhaps he wouldn't even have time to use spiritual deep sleep or spiritual piercing before being hit by the hunter mantis king. The hunter mantis speed was 10 times faster. He didn't have the confidence to fight it. Don't worry. If there's any danger, I'll step in, Blake said with a smile. His voice was full of confidence. Brother Blake, how strong would you be if you went all out? Now that he was familiar with Blake, David no longer had any qualms about asking questions. When I go all out, my strength is 3,000 kilograms. There's also a trace of transcendent power that can greatly increase my strength and speed, Blake replied softly. He and David were both using private channels. They wouldn't let other Kaji hear them. Transcendent power? What's that? David continued to ask. It was the first time he heard this term. Transcendent power. It's heaven and hell. It can give Kaji super strength and speed, but it can also corrode Kaji's body. When I use the transcendent potion, this trace of transcendent power will be nurtured in my body. Its power will allow me to break through the shackles of my body and enter the transformation period. I'll have the hope of becoming a transcendent. Blake's answer was mixed with hope and disappointment. After taking the transcendent potion, he became the lucky Kaji and entered the transformation period. However, this trace of transcendent power also caused a drastic change in his body. The constant increase in strength was too much for his body to bear, and his body was damaged again and again. During the transformation period, Blake had experienced many life and death situations. If it wasn't for the transcendent Galen's help, Blake would have died during the transformation process. After receiving David's holy water of Ageless, Blake had another choice. He had enough holy water of Ageless to give up on this failed promotion. Although it would take him more than 10 years to cultivate before he could continue to take the transcendent potion and try again, the chances of success would be greatly reduced. However, Blake knew that this promotion had already failed. A large amount of resources had been consumed, and he could only barely maintain his life. Blake chose to give up on this promotion. However, to do so, he needed to expel that trace of transcendent power. There were also 2 options. One was to ask the transcendent Galen to directly expel that trace of transcendent power from his body. This was the simplest and safest option. The second option was for Blake to activate the transcendent power. This trace of transcendent power would allow him to erupt with strength and speed close to that of a transcendent. Although it was still a far cry from a real transcendent, its attack power was still enough to look down on all Kaji. The second option was extremely dangerous because activating the transcendent power would cause great damage to his body. However, the second option would also allow Blake to experience the explosive power of a transcendent, making him even more determined to become a transcendent. In addition, Blake was greatly indebted to David's holy water of Ageless, so he chose to follow David to Monolith 6 and wait for a chance to erupt with the transcendent power to unleash the most powerful attack of his life. Chapter 190. David didn't understand the hidden meaning in Blake's words. He didn't expect Blake to give up on his promotion. However, he felt Blake's confidence, and his worries about the Hunter Mantis King lessened a lot. Blake, brother, someone is hiding the truth of this mission. I've just asked someone to check it out. Our main target isn't the guards in the mining area, but Scholar Gerald, who has sea-level authority. Helena made her way over to David and Blake, who were in the middle of a private conversation, and opened up a private communication channel. She was furious. As a disciple of the Galen Transcendent and the captain of the Kaji Special Task Force, she didn't know the truth of the mission until something went wrong. Of course, it wasn't that the non-city government wanted to hide the truth. No one on the Monolith planet dared to hide important information from Helena. Instead, someone from the upper echelons of the Interstellar Federation had interfered. Sea-level authority. Even Blake frowned when he heard about sea-level authority. In the Interstellar Federation's authority system, sea-level authority was already extremely high. Scholars with this level of authority could be considered important in the Interstellar Federation. Blake couldn't help but be vigilant when such an important scholar appeared on the 6th Monolith Resource Planet. Second sister, is Scholar Gerald still alive? David asked aloud. He's alive. He's safe for now. Scholar Gerald is protected by a Kaji Special Task Force. He's hiding in the depths of the mining area with a defense system. Helena replied. Blake thought for a moment and said, I feel like there's something strange about this. Since Scholar Gerald is safe, we don't have to rush to rescue him. We'll act together when the backup arrives. I think so too. Helena nodded. From a large group of hunter mantises, to a hunter mantis king, to a sea-level authority scholar, how could they not be suspicious when so many abnormalities appeared at the same time on the originally marginalized 6th Monolith Resource Planet? The absence of Zerg attacks gave the Kaji members of the Special Task Force time to treat the injured Kaji, and Kaji, who had the ability to repair, helped repair the exoskeleton armor. After waiting for 2 hours, a spaceship appeared in the sky. It had a white, slender body and a huge Kaji Association logo. It looked much more high-end than David's Titan S-600 transport spaceship. Similarly, when the spaceship flew a few hundred meters, it stopped and 21 Kaji jumped out. David looked at this team of Kaji warriors. It was similar to the Kaji warriors in the Secret Service team. At least half of the Kaji warriors were using Grade 2 weapons. David even saw 4 Kaji wielding Grade 2 Great Shield. It was rare for Kaji to be equipped with so many Great Shield. They're finally here, Helena said in a deep voice as she looked at the Kaji warriors jumping down from the sky. The Secret Service team had been sending out their coordinates, so the incoming spaceship easily confirmed their location. Haha, Helena, long time no see. The Kaji warrior, who was wearing a golden exoskeleton armor with a special emblem on his chest, greeted Helena as soon as he landed. Harrington, I didn't expect you to be here. Helena replied coldly. I heard that the Hunter Mantis King had appeared, so of course I rushed over. Maybe the Hunter Mantis King would drop a King's Core, which could increase my chances of becoming a Transcendent. Harrington continued to talk as if he didn't see Helena's coldness. A King's Core? That's a 1 in 100 chance. How dare you think about it? Helena shook her head and replied coldly. Brother Blake, who is this? David looked at Harrington's appearance. He seemed to have a close relationship with Helena, but Helena seemed to be ignoring him. He couldn't help but ask curiously through the private channel. This is Mervyn, the eldest disciple of Transcendent. I could still suppress him before I entered the metamorphosis stage. Now, he's the strongest Kaji pinnacle among all the Transcendent disciples. Blake explained softly. Since everyone was wearing exoskeleton armor, Blake didn't take the initiative to speak, so Harrington didn't know that Blake was here. Therefore, Harrington's attitude was the attitude of the number 1 Kaji warrior on the monolith planet. Then what's a king's core? David continued to ask. That's just Harrington's wishful thinking. King's cores only have a very low chance of being obtained by third-grade insectoid. Although there's a small chance that insectoid monarchs can obtain special king's cores when they're still low-grade insectoids, the probability is so low that it's almost impossible. Blake said with a light smile. David nodded. From what Blake said, the probability of obtaining a king's core was very low. Unless Harrington was a lucky person who was blessed by the heavens, it was completely impossible for a Hunter Mantis King to obtain a king's core. Even though they knew that a Hunter Mantis King had appeared, neither Helena nor Blake were tempted. Instead, they were cautious. Helena, you can't carry out the mission. Why don't you rest here? I'll lead some people to kill the Hunter Mantis King and rescue everyone. Don't worry, I'll give you some rewards for the mission, Harrington said with a smile, but his tone was full of disdain. After hearing that a Hunter Mantis King had appeared and that the reward for this rescue mission was very generous, he immediately borrowed 3 Kaji with second-grade large shields from a familiar force. 4 Kaji with second-grade large shields could form the most perfect defensive formation. This was his confidence in dealing with the Hunter Mantis King. Of course, the biggest source of his confidence was his own powerful strength and the elite subordinates he'd nurtured. The Kaji he'd brought with him were all true elite Kaji. They were directly under the command of Mervyn Transcendent. Just like how the Kaji Special Task Force was directly under the command of Galen Transcendent, the team of Kaji that Harrington had brought with him was also directly under the command of Mervyn Transcendent. Every Transcendent had a team of such elite Kaji Special Task Force. All the Kaji Special Task Force members couldn't help but straighten their bodies and tighten their grip on the weapons in their hand. Helena waved her hand to stop her subordinate Kaji. She glared fiercely at Harrington. Helena took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and said in a deep voice, Harrington, that's a second-grade insectoid king. If you don't work together, it'll be very difficult for your team to defeat it. Because Harrington was here on a mission issued by the government, Helena didn't want to affect the mission's execution, so she still wanted to go on the mission with him. I heard that you didn't even see the Hunter Mantis King's shadow. You were scared away just by hearing its cry. I don't feel safe bringing you guys along, Harrington said with a laugh. Harrington, go ahead if you want to die. Helena wasn't a good-tempered person to begin with. She'd already been very restrained to be able to hold it in until now. Now, she finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Harrington glanced sideways at the Kaji Special Task Force team and said provocatively before he left, Special Task Force members, watch how the Kaji Association fights. Although the Kaji Special Task Force members were angry, they didn't do anything too extreme with Helena around. They could only watch as Harrington led his team forward. However, David could see that although Harrington was very arrogant, his team was very careful when they moved forward. The Scout Kaji was in the lead, the Big Shield Kaji was in the protection, and the rest of the Kaji were in the best battle formation. Blinded by greed, Blake sneered softly. His words were spoken through the team channel, and he also pointed out Harrington's intentions. David also understood why Harrington used words to provoke Helena. He didn't want Helena to participate in the killing of the Hunter Mantis King. It seemed like Harrington really hoped that the Hunter Mantis King would drop a King's Core. Team, listen up. The Kaji Association's Kaji is attracting the attention of the Hunter Mantis. Let's go and rescue the target. Helena ordered loudly. How could Helena not know what Harrington was planning? However, she was very cooperative with Harrington. Harrington attracting the Hunter Mantis' attention was exactly what she needed the most. Yes, the Kaji replied immediately. When Harrington's Kaji Special Task Force moved forward 2 kilometers and arrived at the original battlefield, Helena also set off with the Kaji. The Special Task Force team moved very slowly. 2 Kaji in the Special Task Force team were in charge of scouting and observing the movements of Harrington's Kaji Special Task Force team. Boss, why don't we join forces with the Special Task Force team? That way we can kill the Hunter Mantis King faster. A Kaji in the Kaji Association's Special Task Force team asked. What do you know? The intelligence said that the Special Task Force team and the Hunter Mantis King had a great battle. The Hunter Mantis King and its species have suffered great losses. Right now, the Hunter Mantis King and its species are at their weakest. The Special Task Force team can't defeat the enemy, but our Kaji Association can easily defeat them. I'm afraid the Special Task Force team will lose face in Na-an City in the future. Although Harrington was after the King's Core, he still used the big picture to explain his actions. Boss, you're right. The Special Task Force team is relying on their law enforcement power in Na-an City. They're too arrogant. This time we'll hit them hard. Another Kaji from the Kaji Association said. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the place where the Special Task Force team had fought before. The Hunter Mantis corpses here were not cleaned up. There were more than 100 Hunter Mantis corpses. The Kaji from the Kaji Association couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even Harrington was shocked. From the intelligence, he knew that there were more than 20 Kaji in the Special Task Force team. In his opinion, more than 20 Kaji from the Special Task Force team could deal with the Hunter Mantis King, so they could do the same. Not to mention, he also borrowed 3 Kaji from the Special Task Force. In addition to the original Special Task Force team's Kaji, there were 4 Kaji from the Special Task Force team. How could they not be compared to the unprepared Special Task Force team's Kaji? But after seeing the scene of the battle, he no longer had the confidence he had before. There were more than 100 Hunter Mantises killed here alone. In addition to the Hunter Mantises that had been withdrawn, the number had reached a terrifying level. Harrington began to regret in his heart. He was also a little hesitant. He didn't know if he should go back and meet up with the Kaji from Helena's side to carry out the mission together. Now that he had returned, all of his face had been thrown to the ground. Just now, he had said a lot of malicious words, and he had lost a lot of face. Ah! Just as Harrington was hesitating, a shrill scream sounded in the communication channel. Kohler was attacked. Before he could ask, a Kaji reported to him. Kohler was one of the 2 Kaji scouts. Harrington immediately looked in the direction where Kohler was scouting. In that direction, he vaguely saw a blurry figure. This blurry figure rushed toward the other Kaji scout like lightning. Lambert, be careful! Harrington shouted in shock. But his warning didn't work. Just as he shouted, Lambert, who was retreating, was cut in half from the waist down. Lambert, who was cut in half, didn't die immediately. He could only scream crazily. But soon, the screams became weaker and weaker, until they disappeared from the communication channel. Tighten the defense. Harrington knew that the 2 Kaji scouts were done for. He immediately ordered loudly. The original formation quickly shrank. The 4 Kaji scouts used their second-grade shields in 4 directions. The other Kaji scouts used the Kaji scouts as cover, ready to deal with any attacks at any time. Harrington still wanted to set up a temporary fortress, but before he could give the order, he saw an illusory figure galloping outside their defensive formation. If he were to release the temporary fortress now, the process of releasing the temporary fortress would be the time for the illusory figure to attack. Once the temporary fortress was activated, the formation of the Kaji Association team would disperse for a very short time. This was because they had to make way for the temporary fortress. Without the protection of the defensive formation, the Kaji scouts couldn't defend effectively against such a fast enemy. It's the Hunter Mantis Monarch. Harrington also knew what this illusory figure was, but he didn't expect the Hunter Mantis Monarch to be so intelligent. This was also because Harrington underestimated the Hunter Mantis Monarch. Helena had already used the temporary fortress once before. How could the Hunter Mantis Monarch not be prepared for this move? In addition, the reason why Helena's team was able to retreat safely was because the Kaji's team had displayed great combat power. They killed half of the Hunter Mantis in a short period of time. However, Harrington's Kaji's team didn't have such result. The Hunter Mantis Monarch vented all its anger on Harrington's team. The Hunter Mantis Monarch had been moving quickly, looking for possible opportunities to attack while letting out sharp screams. Soon, hundreds of Hunter Mantises appeared from behind the rocks in the distance. Damn it, why didn't Helena say there were so many Hunter Mantis Monarchs? Harrington had completely forgotten his attitude when he just landed. He didn't give Helena a chance to speak properly. He was now roaring loudly. Release the insect-repellent bullets. He was the commander of the team after all. He quickly calmed down and gave the order. Chapter 191. A few Kaji threw out insect-repellent bullet. The Kaji's throw was extremely accurate, and the repellent bullets landed in the path of the Hunter Mantis, causing clouds of smoke to rise. In the past, the repellent smoke would at least make a level, one insectoid avoid it, but today, the Hunter Mantis seemed to have ignored the repellent smoke. It rushed through the repellent smoke and continued to charge towards the Kaji. Helena, we've encountered the Hunter Mantis King and more than 100 of its underlings. We need your help. Harrington lost his pride. He had already lost 2 of his brothers. If he didn't ask for help, he would lose even more. Blake, what do you think? Helena, who was about to enter the target mine, heard Harrington's request for help. She hesitated for a moment before asking Blake. Save them. These are the elite Kaji of Na-an City. If we lose them, the combat power of Na-an City will be greatly reduced. Blake said without hesitation. Due to David's performance, Helena attached great importance to David. She needed to ask for David's opinion, and she asked, "Little brother, what do you think?" "Save them. They're humans," David said in a deep voice. Harrington, hold on for 1 minute. We'll be there soon. Helena replied immediately after getting confirmation from Blake and David. Thank you. Harrington, who had lost his pride, said gratefully. Audrey, you take 4 Kaji with you to protect Bale. Bale, you're in charge of sniping the Hunter Mantis King. Helena ordered as she led the team in a different direction. Bale, who was sniping the Kaji, found a high ground and crouched on it to observe with his sniping scope. Helena had just led the team for 10 seconds when she heard the report from Bale, who was sniping the Kaji. Captain, the Hunter Mantis King is too fast. I can't snipe it. For a professional sniper like Bale, he only needed a few seconds to determine if he could snipe with his current level of skill. Helena was shocked and said in a deep voice, Bale, wait for your chance. Bale, who was sniping the Kaji, wasn't weak. Although he wasn't as crazy as David, he was still an experienced Kaji sniper. Even Bale couldn't lock onto the Hunter Mantis King's figure. One could only imagine how fast the Hunter Mantis King was. Little brother, try and see if you can lock onto it? Helena turned to David, who was running with them. Okay. David nodded. He quickly left the team and stuck the Grade 2 spear next to him. Then, he laid on the ground and set up the Godolphin's Wrath sniper rifle. With the T3 sniper auxiliary sniper equipment, he still couldn't see the shadow 1,500 meters away clearly. David immediately entered a focused state, and his spirit erupted. However, something unexpected happened. Even though the world had slowed down, the Hunter Mantis King's figure was still very blurry in the snipe assistance device's vision. The Hunter Mantis King's speed was too fast. Let alone locking onto it, it couldn't even capture its movements. Recently, David's battles had been going well, and he was looking forward to his spirit outburst. He even had the thought of killing the Hunter Mantis King before. However, reality told him that he was still far from being able to defeat a level 2 insectoid. Second sister, I can't lock onto it, David reported in the channel helplessly. Little brother, hurry up and return to the team, Helena said in a deep voice. She was mentally prepared this time. The Special Service Team was only 2 kilometers away from the Kaji Association's team. Helena said it would take 1 minute. In fact, the distance between the two teams wasn't that long. However, reinforcements didn't have to rush over directly. Instead, they had to advance in battle formation. Therefore, even though David was delayed for a while, it didn't affect him from returning to the Special Service Team. The Hunter Mantis King seemed to be in a state of bloodlust because it had killed 2 Kaji scouts. When it saw the Special Service Team approaching, it let out a sharp warning sound as it ran. The Kaji Association's team and the Hunter Mantis King's team had officially started fighting. The elite Kaji was indeed an elite Kaji. Under the protection of 4 level 2 shields, the Hunter Mantis King's attack didn't break the defensive formation of the Kaji Association's team. 5 Hunter Mantises were hit by the Kaji Association's Kaji. These 5 Hunter Mantises were all hit by level 2 weapons. Only a level 2 weapon could have such power. Normal level 1 weapons wouldn't cause the Hunter Mantis to lose its ability to fight unless it hit a vital point. The 2 Kaji Association's Kaji were also injured. One of them had his shoulder pierced, and the other's leg was cut open. However, they were still able to continue fighting. The exoskeleton armor was automatically injected with healing potions. At the same time, the 2 Kaji also used hormones so that their combat ability wouldn't be affected by their injuries. Harrington's expression was very ugly. This was just the beginning of the battle, and 2 of them were injured. The Hunter Mantis King hadn't even attacked yet. Once the Hunter Mantis King attacked, he couldn't imagine how serious the consequences would be. Helena heard the Hunter Mantis King's warning sound, but she didn't pay attention to it. She just turned around and glanced at Blake. Blake nodded at her. Little brother, you'll be in the middle. Big Shield Kaji, take the 2 sides. Helena rearranged the formation. David rushed to the front of the formation and became the arrowhead. Helena and Blake stood behind David, ready to attack at any time. The 2 Big Shield Kaji also went to the 2 side. All the Kaji with level 1 weapons retreated to the back of the formation. Without a level 2 weapon, the Kaji couldn't do any damage to the Hunter Mantis King at all. As if enraged by Helena's disregard, the Hunter Mantis King's projection turned and charged toward the Secret Service team. The shadow attendant in the sky saw the Hunter Mantis King's afterimage due to its excessive speed. Its target was David, who was at the front. It was no wonder. Among all the Kaji here, only David's aura was the weakest. The Hunter Mantis King would naturally choose to attack the weakest. This was the instinct of the Zergs. Attacking the weakest of the enemy to break their confidence was the favorite tactic of the Zergs. David's spirit exploded, but he could only see the Hunter Mantis King's shadow. Even if he had a master-level spear, he wasn't confident that he could hit the Hunter Mantis King. In this kind of encounter, if David couldn't hit the Hunter Mantis King, then the Hunter Mantis King would hit David. In fact, from the moment the Hunter Mantis King decided to attack David to when it was 10 meters away from David, it didn't take more than a second. Of course, David wouldn't let the Hunter Mantis King get so close. He pulled out the arrow of spirit from the Soul Fortress and shot it at the Hunter Mantis King. The hunter mantis king that was charging forward quickly swayed its body and dodged the attack of the spirit arrow. This silent arrow of spirit had actually been discovered by the hunter mantis king. The hunter mantis king, who had dodged the spirit arrow, seemed to be frightened. In that split second it felt an attack that could threaten its life. This is a dangerous enemy. The hunter mantis king had a clear understanding of the situation. After dodging the arrow of spirit, it turned around without hesitation and gave up on attacking David and the Secret Service squad. Blake, who was ready to attack, frowned. He didn't understand why the hunter mantis king would turn around at this time. It made him lose the chance to attack. The hunter mantis king was very cunning. It didn't get any advantage from David, so it changed its target and rushed towards the Kaji Association's squad. "Careful, the hunter mantis king is coming," Harrington shouted. His eyes were focused on the hunter mantis king. Although his eyes couldn't keep up with the hunter mantis king's speed, he knew that as soon as the hunter mantis king got close, it would be blocked by Kaji. That would be the time for him to make his move. The hunter mantis king was indeed rushing towards the Kaji Association's squad, but before it, hundreds of hunter mantises rushed towards the Kaji Association's squad again. Harrington, who had been keeping a close eye on the hunter mantis king, could no longer locate it after the hunter mantis king entered the group of hunter mantises. Just as he was looking around for the hunter mantis king, Kaji, who was on the left, stopped defending. The arm that was holding the Grade 2 shield was cut off, and half of the breastplate was cut off. Blood gushed out from the breastplate and poisonous gas entered the cut chest. Kaji didn't even have time to scream before it fell to the ground. Kaji, who had lost his shield on the left, broke a hole in the defense of the Kaji Association squad, and dozens of hunter mantises rushed in. "Boss, I'll go first," one of the armored soldiers shouted. Then, he held a Grade 2 heavy axe in his hand and rushed toward the hunter mantis, blocking the gap in front of him. After the Grade 2 heavy axe swept across a few hunter mantises' bodies, nearly 10 wounds appeared on his body. "Little worm, why are you only so strong?" Kaji shouted. All the hormones in the exoskeleton armor were injected into his body, and he ignored the wounds. He alone blocked all the hunter mantises that were rushing towards the hole in the defense for a short period of time. However, a shadow passed by him, and his shouting stopped. Then, his head fell from his neck. "Brother!" Harrington roared, tears glistening in his eyes. Every Kaji here was an old brother who had been with him for more than 10 years. They trained together, lived together, and went through fire and water together. At this time, the Kaji from the Special Service Team finally met up with them. David, who was at the front, rushed into the formation of the Kaji Association squad, rolled forward, and came in front of the big shield that was shining with a faint blue light on the ground. He held the Grade 2 shield in his hand. David held the Grade 2 shield in one hand and a Grade 2 spear in the other. He held the shield in front of him, and his body was in a defensive position. In the continuous attack, the hunter mantis hit the big shield 5 or 6 times. David's feet sank 20 centimeters into the ground due to the huge force of the attack. Except for the dust, the ground was extremely hard. The fact that David's feet sank into the ground showed how heavy the attack was. David's face was flushed behind the helmet. If it weren't for the fact that he had mastered the big shield, and that the hunter mantis was not a strength-type Zerg, he would have been seriously injured. Before he got close to the Kaji Association squad, he saw the hole in the defense through the shadow attendant. So, at the moment when they met up, he turned into the big shield Kaji and blocked the hole in the defense. With reinforcements, 6 Grade 2 shields were distributed in 6 directions, making the defense here almost impenetrable. The critical situation just now had turned into a confrontation with the hunter mantis. The hunter mantis had no intention of charging at the Grade 2 shields. David finally had time to move his body, which was affected by the continuous blocking. He found that the shadow attendant was absorbing souls. After so many feedbacks, he also had experience with the various reactions of the shadow attendant when it absorbed souls. Because David came here very quickly, the souls in the dead bodies did not dissipate. David could clearly distinguish the difference between the hunter mantis soul and Kaji soul after it was absorbed by the shadow attendant. He could only feel sorry for absorbing Kaji's soul. Although he could control the shadow attendant, whenever a soul appeared, the shadow attendant could not be controlled and would automatically absorb the souls nearby. So, even if he wanted to let go of Kaji's soul, he could not do it. Helena, thank you for your timely rescue. Harrington thanked Helena in the public channel. No matter what, Helena helped him when he was at his most dangerous. This was a favor he had to repay. It's my duty. You were also completing the government's mission. Helena nodded. What should we do next? Harrington asked Helena as he looked at the hunter mantises that were still wandering outside the defense. They were not attacking or leaving, especially the hunter mantis king that was hiding among the hunter mantises, appearing and disappearing from time to time. He handed over the leadership to Helena, which meant that he and his subordinates would be under Helena's command in this mission. Wait first. Let the wounded be treated first. Helena was not polite, but the order she gave was to let the injured Kaji of the Kaji Association's team heal. There were 6 large shields on the periphery and Kaji with a second-grade weapon. This made the middle of the formation very safe. Furnace was helping the injured Kaji bandage. Harrington looked at David and turned to ask Helena, "Who is this brother?" David was very conspicuous among the group of Kaji. Not to mention, he had just picked up the large shield on the ground and blocked the attack of the hunter mantis, blocking the gap in the formation. Not every Kaji could use a large shield. Every Kaji who used a large shield had undergone a lot of training to resist attacks. The training time they took to become a talent was even longer than the Kaji who used offensive weapons. Chapter 192. This is our teacher's youngest disciple, David. Please take care of him in the future. Helena introduced. Harrington's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, "So he's a brother of the same family. He's really talented." His arrogance had long disappeared. He also knew that the transcendent Galen had taken in a new disciple. When he saw David himself, his heart was full of emotions. How's Brother David's sniping skills? The only way to make the hunter mantises take the initiative now is to snipe from a distance. Harrington looked at the sniper rifle on David's back and asked Helena. David was on Helena's side, and he was also a transcendent disciple, so he couldn't order him around. Therefore, he used a negotiating tone to ask Helena to step in. Helena nodded and said, "We can only rely on you. I forbid you to stay on the other side and snipe the Kaji. The Hunter Mantis King is too fast. Once you attack, the Hunter Mantis King will definitely lure the Hunter Mantises over." Baal, the Hunter Mantis King, had requested to snipe the Kaji just now, but he was stopped by Helena. Once Baal was exposed, he and the 5 Kaji guarding there would be killed by the Hunter Mantis King. Helena said to David in the team channel, "Brother, snipe a few Hunter Mantises and lure them over. We can't wait any longer." David nodded and took 2 steps back. The space left behind was automatically shared by the Big Shield Kaji. He put the second-grade Big Shield aside and stabbed the long spear into the ground. He placed the Godolphin's Fury sniper rifle on his back and lay on the ground. The fastening device on the custom-made exoskeleton armor fixed his body firmly to the ground. The Kaji in front of him opened up a shooting path so that he could clearly see the hunter mantises surrounding them. Just as David was ready to snipe, he instantly entered the state of mind explosion. Although today's battle had consumed a lot of his mind power, after absorbing and fusing, his mind power became even stronger. Boom! A loud sound was heard from the defensive circle. The hunter mantises that were waiting outside the Kaji's defensive perimeter were shocked by the loud gunshot. However, a level 1 bullet flew out of the defensive perimeter faster than the sound and entered the head of one of the hunter mantises. The sound alarmed the hunter mantises, and when they saw another fallen comrade, the hunter mantises began to run quickly. Without the order of the hunter mantis king, the hunter mantis could only run around the periphery of the warrior's defense circle. At the same time, the hunter mantis, which was known for its speed, instinctively wanted to run to avoid this kind of long-range attack. The hunter mantis king did not immediately order the hunter mantis to attack just because of this attack. It had its own judgment. As long as it was besieged for a while longer, the sky would turn dark. At that time, the hunter mantis would have a great advantage. In the dark, the exoskeleton armor and the body heat of the human body were natural target. On the other hand, zergs like the hunter mantis were difficult to accurately detect in the dark. Therefore, the hunter mantis king was waiting for night to fall on the 6th boulder resource planet. After the Godolphin's wrath shot out, David's body received a strong reaction force. His body kept trembling, and all the reaction force was drawn out of his body and into the ground. During this process, it did not affect his aim. Although the hunter mantises were running, they were not the hunter mantis king after all. They did not have the speed of the hunter mantis king. With David's mind explosion, David could clearly see the movement of the hunter mantis. When the 5 seconds were up, the reaction force in David's body had just been cleared, and he fired a second shot. A hunter mantis that was running at high speed fell to the ground. This hunter mantis was also hit in the head with a single blow. Harrington glanced at David, who was sniping, and exclaimed, "What a terrifying sniping ability!" From the moment David rushed into the formation with the second-grade spear, to the moment he picked up the second-grade shield to help block the hunter mantis attack, and then to the moment he switched to his sniper rifle, David had changed 3 weapons in a short period of time. Although Harrington did not see David use a spear, he had heard that David had master-level spear mastery. This news had spread widely among the upper class of Na'an City. Being able to use a second-grade shield to block the attack of several hunter mantises meant that David's shield mastery was at least at the proficient level. Now that he had displayed such a terrifying sniping ability, how could Harrington not be shocked? Harrington was not a Kaji sniper himself, but he knew that a sniper who could snipe a running hunter mantis was definitely not weak. At the same time, it was not a secret that David had passed the Kaji Association's sniping test with excellent results. That Godolphin's Fury was also one of the transcendent collections of the Kaji Association. While he was sighing, another 5 seconds passed, and another sniper rifle shot was heard. Luckily, all the Kaji here were wearing exoskeleton armor. The loud sound was blocked by the exoskeleton armor, so it did not affect them much. When the 3rd hunter mantis fell to the ground, the hunter mantis king could no longer ignore it. If this continued, all the hunter mantises would be killed before the sky turned dark. The hunter mantis king screamed, and all the hunter mantises began to change their direction and rushed towards the Kaji defense circle. "Set up the barricade!" Helena, who was in charge of commanding, ordered loudly. Following her order, 4 Kaji with barricade devices threw them out accurately in all directions. In just 1 second, the 4 barricade devices connected automatically, forming a white barricade that was a few meters tall. However, this also blinded David, and he could not continue to snipe. He put Godolphin's wrath away on his back and swapped it for his spear. This time, he did not take over the defense. The 5 great shield warriors with grade 2 great shields were enough to form a strong defense circle. What they needed now was a powerful attack. The hunter mantis king had seen barricades before, so it screamed a few times. The charging hunter mantises quickly swept the stones on the ground towards the barricade. The sticky barricade caught the flying stones, and the hunter mantises kept using their scythe-like limbs to pick up the stones on the ground. Soon, the barricade formed by the barricade lost its effect due to too many stones. Helena shook her head. With the command of the Hunter Mantis King, any attack by the Kaji would be countered by the Hunter Mantis King as long as it was used once. However, the barricade still affected the speed of the Hunter Mantises, so when the Hunter Mantises reached the defense circle, they were not in their fastest state. One by one, the Hunter Mantises rammed into the second-grade shields at the outermost perimeter without any fear of death. Even though they knew that they would be heavily injured if they rammed into the second-grade shields with their bodies, they still rammed into the shields without any hesitation. With the Hunter Mantis King controlling them, the Hunter Mantis King was no longer an individual. For the sake of the group, they were willing to sacrifice their lives. David liked this style of battle very much. He stood behind the Kaji King, and as long as he kept thrusting the spear in his hand, he did not have to worry about his own safety at all. With his Grand Master spear mastery and power shock, none of his attacks would miss. What made him feel even better was that the Shadow Attendant was constantly absorbing the souls of the Hunter Mantises. Battle was indeed the best place to harvest souls. Although they belonged to two different big forces, the Kaji Association's team and the Secret Service team's team worked together without any problems. This was beneficial to the promotion of the Interstellar Federation's universal formation. Whether it was the military, the government, the Kaji Association, or some civilian Kaji, as long as they became Kaji, they would have to learn the relevant formations. Every weapon had a corresponding position in the formation and played a corresponding role. It was because of the promotion of the Interstellar Federation that as long as the Kaji who did not know each other gathered together, they would naturally form a very threatening battle formation. Of course, the civilian Kaji lacked training after all. They were still much worse than the organized Kaji. The Kaji of each force also had their own special formations. The universal formation was just to make it easier for the unfamiliar Kaji to cooperate. For example, on the current battlefield, the Secret Service team and the Kaji Association's team worked together to form the special formation of Na and City. It was especially targeted at the characteristics of the two big organizations' Kaji. Just when the situation was looking good, a Kaji King's leg was cut off. Without the support of his leg, the Kaji King screamed and fell to the ground. When David looked over, he vaguely saw the figure of the Hunter Mantis King disappearing into the group of Hunter Mantises. A few Warhammer Kaji King quickly stepped forward and blocked the gap left by the big Kaji King. However, their defense was not as good as the big Kaji King's. In just 10 seconds, more or less wounds appeared on their bodies. One of the Warhammer Kaji King's facial armor was cut. Although it was only the facial armor and the wound on his face was not serious, the exposure to the poisonous gas made his face turn purple instantly and he stopped breathing. Big Kaji King, split up the positions. Pay attention to the rear and protect the Kaji King, Helena ordered with a gloomy expression. The Kaji King that just died was one of her subordinate. A Kaji King who could be assigned a second-grade battle hammer was an elite Kaji King in the Special Task Force. Just as she gave the order, another Kaji King fell to the ground. This time, it was a Kaji King from the Kaji Association. Helena, the Hunter Mantis King, is too fast. It's hiding among the Hunter Mantises and giving us too much pressure. We have to think of a way to get rid of it, Harrington said with a grim expression. The losses this time were too great. Any more losses would be a serious blow to their bones. Little brother, create an opportunity for me. As long as the Hunter Mantis King pauses for a moment, I can severely injure it. Blake, who had been staying behind David all this time, said in a deep voice. Blake, you're here. Harrington knew who this voice was as soon as he heard it. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Blake was the prodigy of their generation. If he had known that Blake was here, he wouldn't have been so high-profile. Blake's excellence had suppressed the entire generation of non-city. Harrington only had a chance to stand out after Blake entered the metamorphosis stage. Blake's name was enough to make the Kaji kings of their generation feel pressured just by hearing it. Harrington also knew about Blake's condition. He was very surprised to see him here. "Are you going to give up on the opportunity to advance?" Harrington asked. He understood what Blake meant. "Failure isn't scary. This promotion failure will only cost me 10 years at most. I've learned a lot, and I'll be more confident in my next promotion," Blake said with a smile. "Ah, you dare to take this step, and you dare to fail. You're better than all of us," Harrington said with admiration. Blake was the only one of his generation who had taken the path of promotion. Although he failed, he was much better than Harrington, who didn't have the courage to take the Transcendent Potion. The success rate of the Transcendent Potion was only the first time it was taken. Even if one's body recovered after failure, the failure rate of taking the Transcendent Potion again would be so high that it made one despair. Therefore, Blake dared to admit failure and was confident in his next promotion attempt. This was a state of mind that Harrington was far from being able to achieve. "Blake, do you want me to make the Hunter Mantis King pause? David is still too young." Harrington continued to recommend himself. "You can't do it. David needs to do it," Blake said without holding back. "Let the underling do it." Helena nodded in agreement. Unlike Harrington, Blake and Helena trusted David more. They knew that David had the special talent of power shock. As long as he came into contact with the Hunter Mantis King, there was a high chance that he could make it pause. "Okay," David replied in a deep voice. He didn't dare to be careless when approaching the Hunter Mantis King. It was a true level 2 insectoid, and its strength and speed were far superior to his. He would die if he wasn't careful. David held the level 2 large shield in his hand and stabbed the spear into the ground. He didn't dare to hold the shield with one hand when facing the Hunter Mantis King. The level 2 large shield had lost its user after the 2 Kaji fell, and no one could use it anymore. Even if the Kaji knew that the level 2 large shield could stop the Hunter Mantis, without a shield mastery level, they wouldn't be able to unleash the full potential of the level 2 large shield. Instead, it would affect the entire battle formation. Therefore, the level 2 large shield that was thrown aside wasn't used by the Kaji. Unlike the fallen Warhammer Kaji and Heavy Axe Kaji, their level 2 weapons were all picked up by their companions. David held the level 2 large shield and walked towards the fallen Kaji. During this process, the battle formation was also changing. A few Warhammer Kaji retreated and made way for him. Chapter 193. Although Harrington had been rejected, he knew very well that neither Blake nor Helena would joke about something like this. Blake was going to unleash his strongest attack before he failed his promotion. No one would be careless about something like this. Harrington focused part of his attention on David. He wanted to see how David could make the Hunter Mantis pause for a moment. David stood at the outermost edge of the defensive circle. As soon as he stood still, a Hunter Mantis charged at his shield. While defending, David used his mind to draw the sleeping rune. A sleeping pattern flew out and flew into the body of a Hunter Mantis 5 meters away from David. The Hunter Mantis paused, but since it was some distance away from the defensive circle, Kaji's attack couldn't reach it. The sleeping pattern flew into the Hunter Mantis's soul and began to absorb the Hunter Mantis's soul power. It immediately divided into many bewitching patterns. David had already gotten used to multitasking with his mind when he got the Shadow Attendant. As soon as he sensed the connection from the Hunter Mantis, he immediately controlled the Hunter Mantis to move. The bewitched Hunter Mantis's movement didn't seem special. It was just like the other Hunter Mantises, except that it didn't take the initiative to attack. Everything about it was the same as the other Hunter Mantises. At the very least, None of the soldiers in the defense circle could see the difference in the bewitched hunter mantis. Similarly, even the hunter mantis king could not see the difference in it. At the end of the day, the hunter mantis king controlled the hunter mantises with its voice, while David controlled them through an inexplicable soul connection. These were two completely different methods of control. David's aura was too weak. A low-level Kaji in a group of high-level Kaji was as obvious as the moon in a firefly. Therefore, the hunter mantises immediately focused their attention on David. The hunter mantises shifted their focus to David's side. This increased the pressure on David greatly. Fortunately, Harrington and Helena kept attacking him from behind, reducing the pressure on him. That was how he managed to defend himself. No matter how hard it was to defend, David still had a bit of his mind on the body of the shadow servant in the sky, looking for traces of the hunter mantis king. David learned his lesson when the big shield Kaji's calf was attacked. Of course, the other 4 Kaji did the same. They were not like the big shield Kaji, who could only be bandaged. In this environment, the calf would lose the chance to be reattached once it was separated from the body. The poisonous gas had a serious corrosive effect on the body, especially the severed limb that was separated from the body. What awaited the big shield Kaji was to retire and become an ordinary person who relied on mechanical prosthetics to live. He would lose the chance to become a transcendent forever. For the elite Kaji, this situation was worse than death. The shadow attendant in the sky saw a faint shadow appear among the hunter mantises in front of David. The hunter mantis controlled by David also discovered the hunter mantis king's silhouette. It was right next to it. David suddenly roared and unleashed all the power in his body. At the same time, he activated the power oscillation at full force. The hunter mantis king was too fast. If he didn't activate the power oscillation in advance, David suspected that he wouldn't be able to activate it in time after he was attacked. The hunter mantis king's speed was too fast. Even if it was moving in a small area, he couldn't see its figure clearly. Sure enough, David's preparations were not in vain. Just as he activated the power oscillation, the second-grade shield in his hand was hit by a huge force. His body was involuntarily sent flying backwards by the impact of this huge force. At this moment, all of his perfect defense techniques were useless. Under the effect of absolute strength and speed, David's defense was not worth mentioning at all. However, the second-grade shield was still effective in protecting him. It didn't let him take a direct hit. Only the bones in his arms made a crisp sound. Both of his arms made the sound of bones breaking at the same time. Attention! The body has suffered a third-grade injury. During the process of flying backwards, David's custom-made exoskeleton armor's AI system's voice came from his helmet. This custom-made exoskeleton armor's life monitoring system was strengthened by Mohm from the engineering division. It automatically determined David's current injury. Injuries during battle were divided into 3 grades. Injuries that did not reach the 3rd grade would not be reported by the exoskeleton armor at all. The 1st grade was a serious injury that was life-threatening. The 2nd grade was a serious injury to a certain part of the body. The 3rd grade was a loss of combat ability, but the body did not suffer any major damage. For these 3 types of injuries, the exoskeleton armor would activate the corresponding protection. At this moment, David felt the exoskeleton armor on his arms contracting inwards, completely fixing his arms and not letting him suffer any second damage. When Helena saw David flying backwards, she reached out and grabbed David's exoskeleton armor. However, she didn't catch him just like that. Instead, she threw him back skillfully. With her rich experience, she naturally knew that the power of a second-grade insectoid king was not something she could eliminate. The consequence of catching David by force was that she would also be injured. In particular, David would suffer a second injury. Furnace was helping the injured Kaji bandage his wounds. He was useless in battle and could only be reduced to a medic. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. Then, he was hit by David's body. No one looked at the unlucky furnace. After the hunter mantis king sent David flying, it did not feel good either. Although David's strength was nothing to it, the power shock really affected it. The hunter mantis king's unparalleled speed could not help but slow down because of the power shock in its body. The speed at which it left the defensive circle was also slowed down by a beat. Kill! Blake, who did not make a move when David was flying backwards, yelled at this moment. The trace of transcendent power in his body was triggered by him. In the exoskeleton armor, his skin instantly burst open and blood gushed out. This was the initial effect of mobilizing this trace of transcendent power. As this trace of transcendent power moved in his body, muscles broke and bones were full of crack. For this trace of transcendent power, Blake's body, which was in the transformation period, was more like glass meeting a diamond. Wherever it passed, there was damage everywhere. However, Blake's eyes, which were hidden behind the helmet, flashed with excitement. At this moment, he experienced the power of transcendent. Ever since he took the transcendent potion and produced this trace of transcendent power, his strength had been increasing. Just the increase in strength alone was already unbearable for his body, let alone using this trace of transcendent power. Therefore, he had this trace of transcendent power for many years, but he had never really mobilized the transcendent power. This was the transcendence domain. In fact, if he did not take 2 bottles of eternal holy water to completely recover his body, he would not dare to mobilize this trace of transcendent power. Because his damaged body could not wait for this trace of transcendent power to erupt and would be completely destroyed. The hunter mantis king sensed a transcendent power. Although it was a weak transcendent power, it was still an incomplete level 2 insectoid. Therefore, it felt threatened. Because of David's weakness, the power shock in the hunter mantis king's body only affected the hunter mantis king for a moment. At this moment, the hunter mantis king had already dispelled the power shock effect. The hunter mantis king wanted to retreat, to get away from this transcendent power that made it feel threatened. However, how could David not realize that he was weak? Although David was sent flying, the bewitching pattern did not break the connection. The bewitched hunter mantis moved its body and pressed against the hunter mantis king's body, causing the hunter mantis king that was about to retreat to lose its path of retreat. Of course, as long as the hunter mantis king used its strength, it would be able to push the bewitched hunter mantis away, but it did not have time. The level 2 warhammer in Blake's hand smashed towards the hunter mantis king at an indescribable speed. Within the faint blue light, a faint white light could be seen. This was Blake's proudest strike in his life, and also his most powerful strike. Following this strike, even the exoskeleton armor on Blake's body made a cracking sound. That was the sound caused by overloading. The level 2 warhammer collided with the hunter mantis king. The hunter mantis king used its scythe-like limbs to block the attack. To Blake's surprise, the level 2 warhammer easily smashed through the hunter mantis king's limbs, and then smashed into its body. The hunter mantis king's body did not resist at all, and a large hole was smashed into its body. The heart behind the hole was also directly smashed open by this strike, and green insect blood spurted out. During the process of Blake's attack, Harrington and Helena both stared intently at him. This was because it was rare for Kaji, who was in the metamorphosis stage, to attack. Perhaps they would not see such an attack in their lifetime. This was also the power they would obtain in the future, so they had to pay attention to it. As the hunter mantis king was killed, all the other hunter mantises panicked. They quickly retreated. After losing their king, they lost their confidence. David endured the pain in his arm and controlled the bewitched hunter mantis to retreat with the other hunter mantises. He also gave the order to follow the group of hunter mantises. After this order was given, the bewitched hunter mantises would follow his order until they died. Unless he encountered this bewitched hunter mantis again, he would completely lose the chance to control it. However, in order to not expose his spiritual hibernation ability, he had no choice but to do this. After using his most powerful strike, Blake's injured body fell to the ground powerlessly. He, who was already prepared, gave the order to his exoskeleton armor. Soon, a prepared bottle of holy water of youth was injected into his body, followed by a second bottle. The 2 bottles of holy water of youth healed most of his injuries, and the rest of his injuries were still recovering. These injuries would no longer affect his life, but he had lost the ability to move. Due to the loss of power, the exoskeleton armor automatically entered a locked state without the support of power. At least, Blake could not come out of the locked exoskeleton armor before leaving the 6th Boulder Resource Planet. "Blake, David, how are you?" Helena asked loudly. David was currently in a comfortable state. The process of the Shadow Attendant absorbing the soul of the Hunter Mantis King was transmitted to David's soul through the mind left in the Shadow Attendant's body. Blake coughed twice and said, "Ahem, I won't die." Although his body was in a severe sense of emptiness after losing that trace of transcendent power, he was in an extremely good mood. This was because he had experienced the power of the transcendent, even though it was only a trace of the real transcendent power. David, say something. How are you?" Helena heard that Blake's voice was still very strong, and couldn't help but feel a little relieved. However, she didn't hear David's voice. She couldn't help but feel nervous again, and quickly asked, "I'm fine. My arm is broken. I'll recover after a few days of rest." David also broke away from the comfortable state, and replied after hearing Helena's question. "Haha, we actually killed such a terrifying Hunter Mantis King. Brother Blake, I'm afraid your name will spread across the entire Boulder planet," Harrington said with a laugh. Although they had David's help, the real attack that killed the Hunter Mantis King was Blake's attack. He killed the Hunter Mantis King with just one attack. He killed a level 2 insectoid, and it was a level 2 insectoid with such terrifying speed. Ahem. Blake coughed a few more times and then said, "Something's wrong. When I hit the Hunter Mantis King just now, I didn't feel the defense of a level 2 insectoid. It was as if I hit the body of a level 1 insectoid." Blake was very experienced in battle. Although he was affected by that trace of transcendent power, his basic judgment would not be too far off. Therefore, after hearing Blake's words, Helena and Harrington's expressions changed, and they hurriedly rushed to the corpse of the Hunter Mantis King. If this wasn't the Hunter Mantis King, then they were in big trouble. However, it didn't seem like it, because after this Hunter Mantis was killed, all the other Hunter Mantises ran away. It didn't seem like it was fake. After arriving at the corpse of the Hunter Mantis King, Helena first saw the iconic level 2 insectoid limb. This was the main material for making a level 2 weapon. She let out a long sigh of relief. It was fine as long as it was the Hunter Mantis King. Chapter 194. Helena examined the body of the Hunter Mantis King. After seeing the second-grade insect limb, she immediately took a second-grade decomposition knife from the soldier beside her and personally removed the second-grade claw tip of the Hunter Mantis King. However, when she opened the Hunter Mantis King's mouth and saw the teeth inside, she exclaimed in shock. "Helena, is there a problem?" Harrington, who was standing at the side, hurriedly asked. Although Blake couldn't move, he still looked at Helena with concern. "Only the claws of this Hunter Mantis King are level 2 materials. The teeth in its mouth are all level 1 materials," Helena explained as she moved aside to let Harrington examine the mouth of the Hunter Mantis King. "How is this possible?" Harrington and Blake both exclaimed at the same time. After fighting the insectoids for so many years, how could they not know the habits of the insectoids? They had never heard of a level 2 insectoid that only had a part of its body remaining as a level 1 insectoid. Not only that, But the shell of the Hunter Mantis King is also a level 1 material. It's not the level 2 shell that a level 2 insectoid should have. Helena's decomposition knife moved on the shell of the Hunter Mantis King, and she realized that something was wrong. At first, she thought that it would take some effort to cut open the shell of the Hunter Mantis King, but she didn't expect the level 2 decomposition knife silk to cut open the shell so easily. This was definitely not a level 2 insectoid's defense. It was no different from a level 1 insectoid's defense. Helena, turn on the video and record the decomposition process, Blake reminded. It's already on. I need to report this to the higher-ups when I return to Non City. Helena replied as she decomposed the shell. After so many years of fighting with the insectoids, any abnormalities among the insectoids must be reported to the Interstellar Federation. This was the duty of every Kaji. It was because of this rule that the Federation's Kaji was familiar with every insectoid, and that the Federation's curriculum had such detailed insectoid knowledge. This knowledge was collected by the soldiers on the front lines, and after being sorted and differentiated by the researchers, it formed a systematic knowledge system. Luckily, the strengthened meat is still at the second tier, Helena said after she had identified the 2 pieces of strengthened meat with her decomposition knife. No wonder the Hunter Mantis King never stopped. It didn't even slow down, and it was so timid. Blake also understood the situation in the previous battle. In the previous battle, the Hunter Mantis King had been moving quickly. Even its attack was a surprise attack, and it retreated immediately after the attack. Originally, with the strength of a level 2 insectoid, once there was a gap in its defense, it should take advantage of the opportunity to pursue an attack. However, the Hunter Mantis King would always leave after one attack. So it was all because the Hunter Mantis King's defense was only at the level of a rank 1 arachnid. No wonder Blake's attack was able to kill the Hunter Mantis King and not heavily injure it like Blake had initially estimated. Only the Transcendent could kill a level 2 arachnid with one attack. The Transcendent was the main force against level 2 arachnids. Usually, level 2 arachnids would be dealt with by the Transcendent. Today, the Transcendent didn't have time, and the elite Kaji here was enough to deal with the level 2 arachnids, so these Kaji were left to deal with the level 2 arachnids. There's no King's Core, Harrington said helplessly after rummaging through the Hunter Mantis King's corpse. He hadn't forgotten about the King's Core. How can a king that hasn't even completed its evolution have a King's Core? Helena said speechlessly. The Kaji rested for half an hour. During this time, some of the Kaji picked up the spoils of war from the hunter cockroaches, while some of the Kaji healed the injured Kaji. A few of the Kaji quietly picked up the corpses of their companions. Although the death of their companions put the Kaji in a bad mood, they still had to complete the mission. Without the mission reward, the deceased Kaji would receive a lot less compensation. Blake was carried on the back of a Kaji from the Secret Service team. The exoskeleton armor was specially designed for this kind of situation. Blake and his exoskeleton armor were fixed on the back of the Kaji from the Secret Service team. The same was true for the Kaji who had lost his lower leg. After some simple treatment, the rest of the injured soldiers were able to move freely without any hindrance. David felt the numbness and itchiness in his arm bones. This was a sign that his arm bones were recovering after using the medicine. However, although he had used the medicine, the injuries to his bones made him unable to fight for at least 3 days. He could only follow the Kaji team and be protected by the Kaji team. Helena was still in command, and the Kaji from the 2 major forces followed her orders. Helena sent out 2 Kaji scouts to scout ahead. Bell, who was sniping Kaji, and Kaji, who was protecting him, were both summoned back to the team. After defeating the Hunter Mantis group, according to the Zerg's territorial awareness, no other Zerg would appear in this area for at least a short period of time. At most, there would only be a few Hunter Mantis scattered around. They probably wouldn't encounter another Zerg that could pose a threat to the Kaji team, so Helena didn't move forward too cautiously. Instead, she sped up, wanting to complete the mission as soon as possible. Although the injuries of the injured in the team had been treated, it was best for them to go back and be treated by professional doctors. The mining area soon appeared in front of them. In the video sent back by the Scout Kaji, there were only a dozen hunter mantis in the mining area. 2 teams of 10 Kaji rushed into the mining area. The team had a Grade 2 shield Kaji, and most of them were elite Kaji with Grade 2 weapons. The dozen hunter mantis were killed almost without any resistance. David followed the team into the mining area. They couldn't arrange for the injured as they were not in a safe place. Of course, David wasn't worried about anything. There was a shadow attendant in the air watching everything. If there were any Zergs, he would be the first to discover them. Little brother, you, Blake, and the injured will stay here. Audrey will bring a team of Kaji to protect you. Helena looked at the injured people and made arrangements. She then looked at Furnace and said, "You stay too." "Okay." Furnace replied helplessly. He was shocked by the experience in this mission. This was also the result that Helena and Blake wanted. Only by being stimulated like this would he be able to train with all his might. "Belle, you don't have to go in either," Helena said to Belle, who was sniping Kaji. Belle nodded. He was sniping Kaji, so he couldn't use his sniping ability in the mining area. The rest of the Kaji split into 3 teams and entered the dark mining area. This was where the distress signal came from. David sat on the ground. His injuries weren't serious, but his arm was a little troublesome. It was rare for him to rest, so he decided to sit for a while. Just as he sat down, he felt something in his soul. He immediately strengthened his spirit and felt it. Soon, he found that it was a soul connection. It was the soul connection of the bewitched hunter mantis. Could this be the nest of the hunter mantis? His heart was full of doubts because this was a mining area. At least a few days ago, it was still mining. How could it become the nest of the hunter mantis? But if it wasn't the nest, how could the escaped hunter mantis come here? David thought to himself. Some of his mind had already controlled the shadow attendant to go into the ground. After passing through the darkness, the shadow attendant saw a passage. This passage was 5 meters above the ground. There were 2 hunter mantises resting in the passage, and the bewitched hunter mantis was not far away. David issued an order through the shadow attendant. Soon, the bewitched hunter mantis ran over. This was the first time he controlled a bewitched Zerg, so when he saw this hunter mantis, David actually felt a sense of familiarity. However, he quickly considered that if this place had become the nest of the hunter mantis, then how would the distress signal be sent out? One should know that although a level 1 Zerg was not too strong, it was not something that could be blocked by ordinary walls. With the hunter mantis' scythe-like limbs, it could easily cut through ordinary steel. No matter how thick the steel was, it was only a matter of time before it was cut through. David let the bewitched hunter mantis stay where it was and controlled the shadow attendant to explore around. Although the distance was not far, it was enough to find a hidden passage. Unfortunately, he did not find anything, but he quickly thought of the passage below. The shadow attendant went into the ground again. This time, it went down a full 10 meters before it found something. 10 meters below the passage was a completely different passage. The passage above was like an ordinary mining passage. There were mining lights installed, and the ground was full of gravel and abandoned mining materials. The channel 10 meters below, on the other hand, was a well-lit, tidy, and clean iron channel. It was very strange for a passage like this to appear in a place like this. It should have appeared in a military zone, or in the basement of a rich person in the city. David stood up on the ground and walked in the direction of the passage. He wanted to use the shadow attendant to find out where the passage led to. "Little brother, you have to be careful. Don't wander around when you're injured." Blake saw David's movements and could not help but remind him. In fact, the safety of this mining area was no longer a problem. Bell, who was sniping Kaji, had already found the best sniping spot. The entire mining area was under his observation. In addition, a group of elite soldiers under the leadership of Audrey were inspecting some corners, so safety was not a problem. "Okay, I'm just bored, so I'm just walking around." David nodded in response. The shadow attendant moved forward in the underground passage. David followed on the ground. After about 20 meters, the shadow attendant saw a password-protected door. At the same time, the shadow attendant also saw 2 shooting holes above the password-protected door. It seemed that if anyone entered, they would be attacked. However, this had nothing to do with the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant in stealth mode was like a ghost. It ignored all defense systems and the password-protected door in front of it. David took a few more steps forward. The shadow attendant passed through the password-protected door underground. As soon as the shadow attendant entered the password-protected door, it saw a huge space. The space was huge because there were 4 rows of 10 culture tanks in each row. These culture tanks were not the kind used by humans. David saw the creatures in the culture tanks through the shadow attendant's eyes. They were hunter mantises. In this room alone, there were 40 culture tanks for hunter mantises. Half of the culture tanks were empty, and in the other half, the hunter mantises were floating in blue culture liquid. The hunter mantises' bodies were connected with various thin and thick wires. Some data was displayed on the screen in front of the culture tank. Anger, extreme anger. This was how David felt at the moment. Although he had not been in this world for long, he deeply felt the threat that the Zergs posed to the human race. In the previous Zerg invasion, Perrin City was fine. Only a few soldiers died in the battle. However, Siho City, which was close to Perrin City, was destroyed. In the end, only a small portion of the millions of humans survived. Looking back at history, humans and the Zergs were in an endless race war. The winner had the right to live. However, in front of the shadow attendant, there was someone cultivating Zergs. David could not understand what was happening in front of him. Every year, there were countless Kaji who died in battle. Even today, there was a Kaji who died under the claws of a hunter mantis. He quickly thought of a possibility. That was, those hunter mantises, including the hunter mantis king, were all cultivated here. The shadow attendant continued forward and walked past the culture room. At the end of the culture room, there was a door with the same password. The shadow attendant went through the password again. This was an autopsy room. A dead hunter mantis was chained to the operating table. However, there was no one here. There were 2 doors in the autopsy room. One was the password door that connected the shadow attendant to the culture room. The other door was on the other side of the autopsy room. David on the ground moved a few more steps. The shadow attendant went through the door and a passage appeared in front of him. Unlike the clean passage just now, although this passage was also made of steel, there were many obvious cuts on the ground. It looked like they were made by the hunter mantis' sickle chain-like limbs. The shadow attendant walked along the passage and saw a few shredded corpses. Although the clothes on the corpses were torn beyond recognition, David could still tell that it was a research suit. David could almost imagine that this was a research institute that studied the hunter mantis. Perhaps it was an accident that allowed the hunter mantis to escape and cause such a massacre. Unfortunately, too much time had passed since the massacre. All the souls had dissipated, and the shadow attendant did not absorb any souls. The shadow attendant continued to move forward and checked the rooms one by one. Most of the doors were destroyed by the hunter mantis. Only a few doors were still intact. The door that the shadow attendant first entered was one of the lucky ones. There were more and more corpses of the researchers. It seemed that the hunter mantis hated the researchers very much. Every corpse was torn beyond recognition. Chapter 195. The entire underground research facility was like a slaughterhouse. Destroyed facilities were everywhere. Of course, the defense system of the research facility was also activated. However, these defense systems were not designed to deal with the Zergs. They were designed to deal with humans who entered rashly. This could be seen from the fact that all the defense weapons were heavy machine guns. For these heavy machine guns, unless they fired tens of thousands of bullets per minute, all of which were level 1 bullets, no matter how many bullets were fired, they would not be able to break through the Hunter Mantis's shell. Although some of the areas where the defense system was activated had bullet holes in the steel floor, there was not a single Hunter Mantis's corpse. Instead, the heavy machine guns were cut open by the sickle chain-like limbs and thrown on the ground like garbage. The shadow attendant looked around as he walked. David wanted to find out who built this research facility, but he could not find any useful information. As he continued to move forward in the tunnel filled with blood and minced meat, the shadow attendant saw a half-hung door sign in front of him. It said, "Director's Room." David was delighted. This should be the director's room. He should be able to find the information he was looking for here. "Little brother, what are you doing?" Furnace couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw David casually walking and stopping. "I'm walking more. It can speed up the recovery of my arm," David said half-truthfully. After taking the medicine, the right amount of exercise would indeed speed up the medicine's effect. David was not wrong. "You're so weird." Furnace shook his head and whispered. David ignored him. David's mind had already entered the shadow attendant's body underground. The door of the director's room had been destroyed. The Hunter Mantis had also visited the room. The desk, filing cabinet, optical computer, and other items were all torn to pieces. The shadow attendant looked past the trash and focused on the damaged wall of the director's room. On one of the walls, a safe was exposed. From the scratches on the walls of the safe, it could be seen that the Hunter Mantis wanted to break this safe. However, this safe was made of level 1 materials. This was an extremely extravagant behavior, but it was not uncommon among the rich. No matter how advanced an ordinary safe security system was, it would not be able to withstand the destruction of a first-grade weapon. Only safes made of Grade 1 materials could withstand the damage of Grade 1 weapons, and Grade 2 weapons were extremely rare among ordinary Kaji. Therefore, safes made of Grade 1 materials were extremely safe. This could be seen from the fact that the Hunter Mantis could not destroy the safe at all. A complete safe was in front of the shadow attendant. Without hesitation, the shadow attendant passed through the outer shell of the safe and entered the interior of the safe. The inside of the safe was pitch black. Without any light, it was impossible to see what was inside. David had suffered from this in the past. Ever since he had obtained the interspatial ring, he had made preparations in the interspatial ring. The shadow attendant took out a miniature lamp from the space ring. Although it was a miniature lamp, it was powered by energy blocks. It was enough to light up a room, not to mention the small space in the safe. The first thing he saw in the safe was a stack of paper document. The shadow attendant's 200G strength was not a problem for him to flip through the documents. These documents were all contracts signed by every researcher who worked here. Perhaps because of the need to keep it confidential, these contracts were all made of paper. David did not know if these would be useful, but he still put all the contracts in the interspatial ring. He would look at them when he returned. Next, the shadow attendant saw some memory cards with dates marked on them. It seemed to be the data of the research institute or something. Without thinking much, he put them in the interspatial ring. The first compartment of the safe contained these items. The shadow attendant passed through the first compartment and went to the second compartment of the safe. In the second compartment, the shadow attendant saw 2 dancing flames. Even the miniature lamp's light was not as bright as these 2 dancing flames. The entire second compartment of the safe was illuminated in red. Even if David had never seen these 2 items before, from their appearance, and from Harrington's mention of the Hunter Mantis King's heart cores, plus Blake's explanation, David knew what these two items were. These were two King's heart cores. Harrington wanted to get them, but he almost lost his life. David was still some distance away from becoming a transcendent. Although he was excited to see the King's heart cores, he was not overly excited. He carefully observed the two King's heart cores. The two King's heart cores were placed in a transparent box. He did not know what this box was made of, but the energy of the King's heart cores was tightly locked inside. The shadow attendant, who was extremely sensitive to energy, could not sense any energy fluctuations at such a close distance. He carefully put the two King's heart cores into the interspatial ring. The second compartment was empty. The shadow attendant went up to the third compartment of the safe. Under the illumination of the miniature lamp, 10 green test tubes shone. These test tubes had a set of special symbols on them, and the opening of the test tubes was sealed with a special pattern. David could not tell what the liquid in these test tubes was, but he was sure that the green liquid was extremely precious. Each test tube had its own fixed holder, and at the bottom of the holder, there was a device to maintain the temperature. In other words, the 10 test tubes were constantly adjusted to maintain a stable temperature. David hesitated for a moment. He didn't know if the liquid in these test tubes was dangerous, but he couldn't just ignore it. Thinking that these test tubes were placed in the same safe as the paper contracts, even if there was a danger, it should be limited. So, he still asked the shadow attendant to put the 10 test tubes into the interspatial ring. He then looked at the safe. A total of 3 compartments had been emptied. Fortunately, these items did not take up much space, and the interspatial ring had enough space to store them. After doing all this, David couldn't help but feel a little proud. It could be said that he was now the best thief in the world. No matter how strong the protection was, he could easily steal items from inside. Of course, there were restrictions. First of all, the shadow attendant could only be 20 meters away from him at most. In fact, the interspatial ring did not have a lot of space, and he could not do anything that exceeded the capacity of the interspatial ring. Helena and the other Kaji entered the mine very smoothly. The hunter mantises were already frightened. Although they were in their nest, they still ran away as soon as they saw Kaji and the others. The death of the hunter mantis king scared these hunter mantises out of their wits. This made Helena feel a little strange. She had seen many kinds of zergs, and she had seen hunter mantises before, but she had never seen such cowardly hunter mantises. The hunter mantises here did not have the bloodthirst of the zergs at all. They were different in nature. Helena followed the signal and quickly found 5 people hiding in a bend in the mine. 4 of them were Kaji, and the other was wearing a protective suit and a survival system. Found them, we are returning to the surface. Helena verified their identities through their identity bracelets and confirmed that they were Scholar Gerald. Only then did she feel relieved and called out to them. David was shocked. He did not expect Scholar Gerald to still be alive after being surrounded by the hunter mantises. He was also sure that Scholar Gerald was an important member of the research institute. David was a little worried. He had emptied Scholar Gerald's safe. What if Scholar Gerald went to check the safe? However, he was soon relieved. This research institute was confidential, and Helena would not know. Even if Scholar Gerald found out that the safe was empty, no one would know that he was the one who emptied it. Just as David had guessed, Scholar Gerald returned to the surface under the protection of Helena and the other Kaji. Scholar Gerald, where are the other people in the mine? Helena asked as she led the way. Sigh, they're all dead. I was invited here to survey the mine, but I was suddenly attacked by the hunter mantis. If it weren't for the protection of a few armored soldiers, I would have died in the mine just like the other mine workers. Scholar Gerald replied with a sorrowful look on his face. You are very lucky. You did not encounter the hunter mantis king. Helena continued. When Scholar Gerald heard about the Hunter Mantis King, his eyes flickered. "Did you encounter the Hunter Mantis King?" he then asked in a seemingly unintentional manner. "Yes, we were lucky enough to kill it." Helena did not hide anything. She had to report this to her superiors anyway. Scholar Gerald had sea-level access, so he could see everything. When Scholar Gerald heard that the armored soldiers had killed the Hunter Mantis King, it was obvious that he did not believe it. However, he did not show it. As the Hunter Mantis King that he had cultivated, how could he not know how scary the Hunter Mantis King was? This research institute had been researching the Hunter Mantis for a long time. He was already familiar with the process of producing the Hunter Mantis King, and he was able to control the production of the Hunter Mantis King. In the past 10 years, he had invested a lot of resources to produce dozens of Hunter Mantis Kings. These Hunter Mantis Kings were dissected and studied, and the experiments were carried out little by little. If it were not for this accident, he could have completely mastered the mass production of the Hunter Mantis King. By then, the benefits would be huge. Unfortunately, the King's core in the safe was the only 2 King's core that had been produced by the Hunter Mantis King since the beginning of the experiment. Although his main goal was not the King's core was still an important reward. The probability of the King's core appearing in the Hunter Mantis King was just too low. The laboratory had strengthened the energy supply of the Hunter Mantis King, but it still could not guarantee the appearance of the King's core. It could be said that these 2 King's core had only appeared because of luck. Scholar Gerald thought of the smart Hunter Mantis King. Everything was going smoothly and the research institute was running smoothly. But it was that smart Hunter Mantis King. Normally, the Hunter Mantis King would not wake up during the evolution process. For some reason, the Hunter Mantis King had awakened in advance this time, and it possessed extremely high intelligence. The Hunter Mantis King focused all of its energy on increasing its speed, and it did not strengthen other parts of its body. Normally, during the evolution process of the Hunter Mantis King, the security would not be too strict. Only when the evolution was complete would the security be strengthened. This Hunter Mantis King spent energy on increasing its speed to prolong the evolution process. Before the evolution was complete, it broke through the culture tank and rushed out of the specially reinforced room while the researchers were in and out. If it had not rushed out of the specially reinforced room, the Hunter Mantis King would not have been able to cause such damage. This was because in that specially reinforced room, there was a hypnotic gas that targeted the Hunter Cockroach King. This was a flaw designed in the genes of the Hunter Mantis King when it was born. As long as this hypnotic gas was used, it could be immediately put down. The reason why Scholar Gerald said that the Hunter Mantis King was smart was because the Hunter Mantis King's plan was very meticulous. It successfully broke through the room that was the least likely to escape. Needless to say, the Hunter Mantis King rushed out and killed everything in its way. At the same time, it released the Hunter Mantis King that it found. It turned the Underground Research Institute into the Azura field that David saw. After the accident, Scholar Gerald did not even have time to pack his things. Under the protection of the 4 Kaji, he rushed out of the Research Institute and used special equipment to completely hide his life force. He waited until Helena came to rescue him before he left the Underground Research Institute. When Scholar Gerald walked out of the mine, his heart was bleeding. If possible, he wanted to go back and get all the research materials back. However, he did not dare to do so. The Interstellar Federation had a very clear rule. Any research on the Zerg had to be reported to the Federation and approved by the Federation before it could be carried out. His experiment was beneficial to the Zerg. How could the Interstellar Federation approve of such an experiment? However, Scholar Gerald used a series of profit chains to open his research institute in the war zone. Because the other planets in the war zone were extremely dangerous, the monolith planet was the safest place. Therefore, He chose the monolith number 6 resource planet, which was a resource planet that very few people came to. Now, his hard work and the results of his research were still underground. David's Titan S-600 spacecraft received the signal and activated its warp drive. It arrived at the monolith number 6 resource planet and picked up the Kaji from the Secret Service team, as well as Scholar Gerald. Not long after the Titan S-600 spacecraft flew away from the monolith number 6 resource planet, there was a loud bang. An explosion occurred in the Underground Research Institute. The explosion was a super-energy explosion. The explosion destroyed everything underground. Even the Grade 1 safe was turned into molten iron in the explosion. Chapter 196. The Titan S-600 spaceship stopped when it was close to the monolith star. The spaceship it was towing had a heavy main cannon. A spaceship with such a weapon could not enter the monolith star's atmosphere. Helena sent a few Kajis to stay on the spaceship. These Kajis would be responsible for dealing with the spaceship. When they returned to the second space station, there were already 4 transport hover cars waiting there. There were quite a lot of spoils from this mission, and they all needed to be transported. Especially the Krypton crystal ore. It filled up one of the storage rooms of the Titan S-600 spaceship. David did not reveal the real cargo hold of the Titan S-600 transport spaceship because the fire beacon, which could not be blown up, was parked there. Of course, the 440 bottles of eternal holy water in the fire beacon had already been transferred to the Shadow Attendant's dimension ring. He could not keep such an important item here forever. Helena brought Scholar Gerald and his 4 Kajis to hand in the mission. Harrington followed along. David, Blake, and the rest of the injured were sent to the hospital in separate hover cars. Little brother, I will transfer your share to you in about 3 days. Take care of yourself. Helena smiled and said goodbye to David in the hover car before she left. My injuries will be healed in 3 days, David said with a smile. He had taken off his exoskeleton armor, but his arms were still fixed with splints. It was very inconvenient for him to move. I feel like I can move in 3 days, Blake, who was fixed in place, said. Although Blake's injuries were much worse than David's, he had used 2 bottles of eternal holy water. His injuries were recovering very quickly. Furnace, take care of them, Helena said worriedly. Don't worry, leave it to me. Furnace was very dissatisfied with Helena's worry. He patted his chest and promised. In fact, Furnace was definitely a local tyrant in Na'an City. After arriving at the first hospital of Na'an City, which was the best hospital in Na'an City, the wounded received the best treatment. David received the treatment of rapid bone formation. In less than 6 hours, he could move his arms freely. However, although the treatment was fast, the arms still needed to rest. The doctor asked David to rest in bed for 3 days. David did not stay in the hospital. He returned to his villa because he was more anxious about his harvest. In the hospital environment, it was not easy for him to check. As for his arm, as long as he didn't use too much force, there wouldn't be any problems. Otherwise, the hospital wouldn't have allowed him to leave. David could finally relax after returning to his familiar home. His first trip into space was very dangerous. He encountered space pirates, a level 2 Zerg, and a strange research facility. Just as he arrived at the room where the medium-sized server was placed, before he could operate it, his ID bracelet rang. David saw that the person on his identity bracelet was Helena, whom he had just separated from not long ago. He couldn't help but answer the call curiously. Little brother, there was an explosion in the 6th boulder. Not long after we left the mine, the entire mine exploded. Helena told him directly. David immediately thought of the underground research facility and confirmed it in his heart. Was the explosion serious? David asked. According to the recent measurement of the power of the explosion by the space fortress, It reached the super energy level. It should be man-made, Helena replied in a deep voice. David was a little silent. He didn't know if he should tell Helena the information he got. However, he quickly got rid of this idea. He couldn't let anyone know that he had a shadow attendant, let alone that he could use the space ring of the great world of God. Although the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God were fighting against the Zerg together, the two worlds had always been on guard against each other. In the Interstellar Federation, it was very difficult for ordinary people to come in contact with the information of the great world of God. Some of the information was written in history books many years ago. In addition, from the fact that Blake kept the space ring of the great world of God, it could be seen that Kaji and the powerhouses of the great world of God were not on good terms. Otherwise, this space ring would have been opened by the powerhouses of the great world of God a long time ago. David knew that his shadow attendant was summoned by a special sacrificial ritual of the great world of God. It could be said that it had a lot to do with the great world of God. Little brother, the government has already sent someone to investigate this matter. I'm just informing you about it. You should rest well, Helena said with a smile, thinking that David was frightened by the news. David deactivated his identity bracelet. He knew very well that the so-called explosion was caused by Scholar Gerald in order to cover up the secret of the research institute. He believed that not only him, but also Helena's people were suspicious. Unfortunately, under the super energy explosion, everything was turned into nothing. As for Scholar Gerald's sea-level identity, the people of the monolith planet could not do anything to him without any evidence. David let out a long sigh. Scholar Gerald could do whatever he wanted, and it had nothing to do with him. However, it was Scholar Gerald's research that caused the deaths of several Kaji and Blake's serious injuries. This was something he could not tolerate. If he wanted to deal with Scholar Gerald, he would have to find out the information in the space ring of the shadow attendant. David disconnected all the physical and wireless connections of the medium server from the outside world, so the medium server was in a state of isolation. Although David was proficient in electronic warfare, the data this time was too important. He did not dare to take it lightly. To be able to build such a research institute on the sixth monolith resource planet, one would not be able to do it without the support of some powerful people. Although David had all kinds of halos, and he had an extraordinary status in the military and the government, he was still a small fry. However, in the eyes of the true higher-ups, he was still an insignificant character. He did not want to become enemies with these people before he became strong enough. The shadow attendant took out a pile of memory cards from the space ring. There were a total of 23 memory cards. David operated the medium server to connect the 23 memory cards, then put on the virtual helmet and entered the virtual world of the medium server. In the virtual world of the medium server, the 23 memory cards turned into 23 light shadows in the sky. The light shadows showed the videos stored in the memory cards. These were all experimental videos and a lot of experimental data. David saw that the hunter mantis had been analyzed and studied since it was an egg. It was improved step by step and then artificially cultivated. He saw that when the hunter mantis had been cultivated to a certain size, a hunter mantis king had appeared. He was 100% sure that the hunter mantis king they encountered was created by the Research Institute. It was no wonder that the sixth monolith resource planet, which had no resources at all, had such a large group of hunter mantis, and even a hunter mantis king had appeared. David was not interested in the experimental data. He began to edit some of the videos of the hunter mantis and the hunter mantis king, especially the surveillance videos of the hunter mantis cultivation rooms and the special room where the hunter mantis king was cultivated. These were the highlights of the editing. However, even though David was not interested in the experimental data, he still saw an experiment on the hunter mantis king that was dated about a year ago. In the video, Scholar Gerald was holding the green test tube that David found in the safe. He was introducing the experiment while injecting the liquid in the test tube into the body of the hunter mantis king. David did not understand the experiment, but he clearly heard the name of the test tube that Scholar Gerald was talking about. It was the Transcendent Potion. Scholar Gerald was using the Transcendent Potion to experiment on the hunter mantis king. This was beyond David's expectations. The annual production of the Transcendent Potion was extremely small compared to the size of a peak Kaji. Even if a peak Kaji had accumulated enough wealth, they would still have to wait for a few years before they could get their hands on it. However, Scholar Gerald was using the Transcendent Potion, which was extremely important to the Kaji, on the hunter mantis king. This made David, who was also a Kaji, very angry. At the same time, he also realized that the liquid in the 10 test tubes was the legendary Transcendent Potion. It was needless to say how precious the Transcendent Potion was. Just the price of 1 billion credits was enough to make most of the soldiers lose hope in their lifetime. That was the public price. There were also some Transcendent Potions that were sold in the black market. The price was even more difficult to determine. Most of them were sold in auctions, and the price was much higher than the market price. Many peak Kaji madly accepted missions and accumulated wealth just for a bottle of the Transcendent Potion. However, a bottle of the Transcendent Potion was not the only resource to become a Transcendent. There were also a lot of other resources. When entering the transformation period, they needed to constantly repair their damaged bodies. These were all huge costs, so most Transcendent Potions were nurtured by powerful organizations. Or, after entering the transformation period, they would sign an agreement with a powerful organization, and the organization would provide them with resources. After becoming a Transcendent, they would serve the organization. No matter what, the Transcendent Potion had to be obtained by a Kaji. This was the goal of every ambitious Kaji. Although David had seen the research video, he still did not believe that the 10 test tubes contained the Transcendent Potion. He first edited a video. This video first introduced the Underground Research Institute of the resource planet Boulder 6. Then, it was a video of the hunter mantis and the hunter mantis king. David also highlighted the video of Scholar Gerald holding the Transcendent Potion, saying the name of the potion, and then injecting it into the body of the hunter mantis king. He copied the video on a separate memory card and then cleaned up all traces in the medium-sized server. His cleaning method was very professional. He even carried out several large-scale calculations on the medium-sized server, using every bit of recoverable storage space several times to ensure that there was no content related to the research video on the medium-sized server. After putting all the memory cards back into the infinite space ring, he scanned the researchers' contracts and added them to the end of the edited video to make it more convincing. After doing all this, David put the memory card of the edited video into the infinite space ring. The next thing he needed to do was to find a way to stream the edited video. Not only that, but he also needed to make sure that it did not implicate him and the Secret Service. In fact, as a powerful electronic warfare engineer, it was very easy for him to stream the edited video. However, for the sake of 100% safety, he did not trust Skynet. Usually, when people did something on Skynet, only a small number of them would be caught by the Skynet police. Most of them would be fine. However, David knew very well that it was not at the level of consuming Skynet's resources. Once something serious happened on Skynet, as long as Skynet consumed a certain amount of resources, all operations on Skynet would be investigated. David's edited video would definitely trigger Skynet's investigation. He did not want to be accidentally discovered in this regard. However, before he thought of a way to stream the edited video, he connected to Skynet and looked for information about the Transcendent Potion. Now that his social rank was E, and with his identity as Kaji, He was qualified to search for information about the transcendent potion. Therefore, when he searched for the term transcendent potion, there were many results related to the transcendent potion. David did not choose to search for the unofficial information. Instead, he went to the official Transcendent Potion website. The moment he stepped into the official Transcendent Potion website, he saw the familiar test tubes. Whether it was the markings on the test tubes, the special seal on the test tubes, or the constant temperature test tube rack, Kieran was surprised. In order to ensure that the Transcendent Potion was authentic, the test tubes were sealed with a special material. The patent for this material belonged to the department that produced the Transcendent Potion. If the material of the test tube seal was damaged, this material would become extremely brittle and lose the possibility of being processed again. This ensured the reliability of every bottle of Transcendent Potion. As long as the scanning function of the identity bracelet was used to verify the material of the test tube, the authenticity of the Transcendent Potion could be verified. In addition, the mark on the test tube was also a kind of anti-counterfeiting trademark and a deterrent. Anyone who dared to falsify the Transcendent Potion would be hunted down endlessly by the government. Even Kaji would join the hunt. It was because of this that no one dared to falsify the Transcendent Potion, because it was a potion that concerned the survival of mankind. David asked the shadow attendant to take out a test tube. After scanning it with his identity bracelet, he saw the material number of the test tube's seal and smiled. 10 bottles of Transcendent Potion, which was 10 billion credits, fell into his hands just like that. Unlike the ageless holy water, the Transcendent Potion was easy to sell. Whether it was through the black market or some financial groups, one could easily convert the Transcendent Potion into credits. Chapter 197. There were still 2 King's Heart cores in the Shadow Attendant's spatial ring, but it was still too early for David to use them. When he reached the peak of Kaji, he could use the King's Heart core with the Transcendent Potion to increase his chances of becoming a Transcendent. Of course, he could only use 1 King's Heart core. He didn't know what to do with the extra one. He wasn't stupid enough to sell the King's Heart core. Once the King's Heart core was leaked, it could be a big problem. It should be said that any item that increased the chances of becoming a Transcendent was very troublesome. Every Kaji who knew about it would take a risk. After cleaning up the items he got this time, David began to look at the knowledge balls he got. 6 Kaji died in this mission, all of them elite Kaji. Each of them was from the strongest batch of Kaji on the Monolith Star. Therefore, David saw 6 dark yellow knowledge orbs in the Shadow Servant's body. All of them were very high-level proficient knowledge orbs. Warhammer Mastery, 83% Mastery, Shield Mastery, 90% Mastery, Heavy Axe Mastery, 78% Mastery, Heavy Axe Mastery, 88% Mastery, Heavy Axe Mastery, 92% Mastery, Heavy Axe Mastery, 91% Mastery. Needless to say, this Warhammer Mastery, 83% Mastery, came from the dead Warhammer Kaji of the Special Task Force. The rest of the knowledge balls came from the elite Kaji of the Kaji Association. It could be said that the Kaji of the Mervyn Transcendent Association had suffered a huge loss this time. These elite Kaji were not so easy to train. They needed a lot of combat and training, and they also needed talent to reach this level of high-level weapon mastery. These Kaji had to be trained by themselves. Otherwise, they couldn't be at ease on some important missions, so it was very difficult to replenish them. Even though the Secret Service Task Force had only lost 1 Warhammer warrior, Helena was still heartbroken. This was the reason why. Beside the 6 dark yellow knowledge orbs, there was an inconspicuous white knowledge orb. David also saw the words Speed Talent usable on the white ball of knowledge, and he couldn't help but feel disappointed. This was because he knew very well where this ball of knowledge came from. A ball of knowledge that came from the Hunter Mantis King was just an ordinary speed talent ball of knowledge. How could he not be disappointed? After all, he only needed to kill the Ripper-winged insect to obtain the speed innate talent, usable, knowledge ball. In order to kill the Hunter Mantis King, the 6 elite Kaji sacrificed their lives. David's arms were also injured, and Blake was heavily injured after risking his life to attack it. How could he not be disappointed when the Hunter Mantis King, who was so difficult to defeat, only gave him the speed talent usable knowledge ball? Although he was disappointed, David still decided to absorb this speed talent usable knowledge ball first. Every point of increase in speed was a great benefit. This time, he saw the invincible speed of the Hunter Mantis King. The defense of the Hunter Mantis King was that of a level 1 arachnid, but because of its invincible speed, no matter if it was a long-range attack or a close-range attack, nothing could harm it. If it weren't for David's power shock and Blake's fatal blow, even if all the Kaji died, they might not be able to deal with this Hunter Mantis King. Actually, David didn't know that this Hunter Mantis King was very special. During the evolution process, this Hunter Mantis King focused all its energy on the evolution of speed. This created a Hunter Mantis King with an insanely fast speed. A normal Hunter Mantis King would not have such an insanely fast speed. David ordered the Shadow Attendant to move the speed talent, usable, knowledge ball into his body. After fusing with the speed talent, usable, knowledge ball many times, he already knew that it was very easy to fuse with this kind of knowledge ball. Just when he thought that the fusion would be as easy as before, he suddenly felt that the speed talent, usable, knowledge ball that entered his body was emitting an intense fiery energy. This energy was like a ball of fire that ignited his body. His entire body was suffering from the scorching heat. David wanted to scream, but he couldn't make a sound. He couldn't even move his body. It wasn't that he hadn't fused with a level 2 insectoid knowledge ball before. He had also fused with a level 2 insectoid rockworm's constitution talent knowledge ball before, but it wasn't this unbearable. David's body was constantly sweating. His muscles, tendons, and bones were being transformed by the energy of the knowledge ball. He felt like a day was passing by like a year. Time was passing very slowly. He could only keep breathing to maintain his body's needs. In the microscopic world, some special changes were happening in his muscles. The main ligaments in his legs and hands became longer and thicker. Finally, the burning sensation disappeared like a tide. David's body suddenly collapsed on the ground. His whole body was soaked in sweat. Luckily, he was much more resilient than when he first came to this world. Although this kind of torture was scary, he had experienced it a few times. As long as it was over, he wouldn't have any psychological trauma. Damn it, this is not a normal speed talent knowledge ball. David cursed. He was cursing himself. Thinking about it, how could the knowledge ball from the Hunter Mantis King be normal? David was caught in the torment without any preparation. If he had been prepared in advance, the situation would have been better. Shadow Attendant, come here. He called out to the Shadow Attendant in his heart. He wanted to see what he had gained from this torture. As the Shadow Attendant came to his side, an attribute panel appeared in front of him. The basic attributes on the attribute panel had a huge change. This change came from his dexterity. His dexterity had increased from 3.14 to 4.14. It had increased by 1 point. Although an increase of 1 point was a big increase, he didn't feel happy about it. The pain just now only increased his dexterity by 1 point. It also increased his dexterity by 1 point. He needed to absorb the knowledge balls of 10 Ripper-winged insects, but it didn't hurt at all. But soon, he saw a new ability called Extreme Speed Talent, next to Strength Oscillation Talent, in the attribute panel. David smiled. His strength oscillation talent came from the fact that he didn't take any strengthening potions. He used proficient level physical skills to level up Kaji in a state of balance between strength and vitality. That was how he activated the strength oscillation talent. There was too much luck involved in obtaining the strength oscillation talent. Even if he was given another chance, he might not be able to obtain this talent again. This made him very curious and excited about the extreme speed talent. He was curious about the use of this talent. He was excited because he had obtained a speed-type talent. According to the Galen Transcendence explanation, it was extremely difficult to obtain a talent. It required all kinds of prerequisites and an unknown activation rate. This was also related to the body's condition. Only the top geniuses had talent. At least, there were almost no such geniuses on the monolith planet. Not only did he have the strength oscillation talent, but he was also lucky enough to obtain the extreme speed talent. In the previous battle, the strength oscillation talent had shown its terrifying power time and time again. One could imagine how useful this talent was. David focused on the extreme speed talent and felt the details of this talent. The extreme speed talent could increase one's speed to the extreme. This increase needed to be within the limits of the body's endurance. For example, David's current dexterity was 4.14 and his speed was about 3.4 seconds per 100 meters. However, as long as he activated the extreme speed talent, this speed could be doubled. A distance of 100 meters could be covered in 1.7 seconds. This doubling was the current maximum speed David's body could endure. If he used a higher speed by force, the consequences would be severe damage to his body. The extreme speed talent would increase as one's attributes increased. When David's body reached a certain level, his speed could be doubled, tripled, or even more. This depended on David's physical condition. The extreme speed talent was a talent that could grow with one's body. However, using the extreme speed talent did not come without a price. After activating the extreme speed talent, the stamina consumption would be doubled. This price was already very small. The extreme speed talent completely made up for David's weakness in speed. It should be known that the extreme speed talent not only increased movement but also attack speed. When David entered the state of spirit explosion, his attack speed often could not keep up with his thinking speed. David felt very strange. Could it be that the Zerg King was this strong? A Hunter Mantis King could have the extreme speed talent. With the Zerg's physical condition, the Hunter Mantis King should be able to unleash a speed several times its own. No wonder its speed was so abnormal. The truth was that David was extremely lucky. This Hunter Mantis King that was cultivated in the laboratory focused on the evolution of speed. Its speed had evolved to a level that exceeded the maximum limit of its race. To a certain extent, this was also a kind of transcendent. This allowed the Hunter Mantis King to form the extreme speed talent. Now, the extreme speed talent of the Hunter Mantis King belonged to David and became a part of David's strength. With excitement, David activated the extreme speed talent. Then, he stomped hard on the ground and his body rushed out. Just as his body rushed out, he realized that he had made a mistake in his judgment. His speed was too fast. The wall in front of him was 10 meters away. He could have changed direction in time according to his plan. But because his speed was beyond his expectations, he directly crashed into the wall. Also, because his arms were still in the recovery stage, he did not dare to use his arms to reduce the force. He could only withdraw the force from his arms and tilt his head back, using his torso to crash into the wall. His body also lost balance under the reaction force and fell down. Fortunately, he had been paying attention to his arms and did not let them be hit. This crash almost made him lose his breath. But fortunately, his body was extremely strong now. This crash only hurt a little and did not hurt him anymore. Ha 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 ha! David fell to the ground and laughed at his own actions. This was a happy laugh. The increase in speed gave him a stronger combat power to survive in this world. David stood up and began to familiarize himself with the extreme speed talent ability. Little by little, this sudden increase in speed merged into his body and became his body's instinct. 3 days passed. On the 5th of March, David's arms had completely recovered and could now withstand his strength. In the morning, he could not wait to resume the advanced Kaji body arts practice. He stopped practicing for a few days and let the advanced Kaji body arts experience pain all over his body again. Although it was not as painful as the first time, it was not much worse. Only then did David understand why the advanced Kaji body arts required continuous practice. As long as he stopped practicing this body arts, his body would experience the pain of the first practice again. Most Kaji body arts would not be able to endure this kind of pain. One had to know that without talent in this area, the pain experienced during the learning process would be in vain. David entered the gene repair cabin with a pale face. He sank his body into the gene repair fluid and began the process of repairing his body. At 8 o'clock in the morning, David came out of the gene repair cabin. Although his body had recovered, his face was still pale from exhaustion. Just as David finished showering, changed into a set of casual clothes, and was about to have breakfast, his identity bracelet received a message. This was a transfer message. 12 million credits had been transferred to his account and 1,000 government contribution points. Little brother, this mission is yours. Following that, the identity bracelet received a video call request. After David accepted the call, Helena's figure appeared and said to him with a smile, "I have received it." David smiled and nodded. "Little brother, your body has not recovered yet? You should stay in the hospital. The conditions there are better." Helena noticed David's complexion and said with concern, "Thank you for your concern, second sister. My body has recovered. It's just that I have been practicing the body arts for a while, so my complexion is not good." David did not hide and said honestly, "You have to be more careful." Helena shook her head and said, she was still very happy with David's attitude towards cultivation. To succeed, one must have this kind of quality. The amount of credits transferred to you this time is a little less. Because the Kaji Association is involved, and too many Kaji body arts have been sacrificed, the compensation paid is a little too much. Helena explained. It's already very good to have such a reward in one mission, David said without any dissatisfaction. Fortunately, there are those bandits. The income has nothing to do with the Kaji Association's team, so there are so many credits. Helena continued to explain. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.